Chapter 432. The two of them immediately felt relieved. Crane lowered his head to look. The crane sword in his hand was trembling intensely. A warm and gentle energy entered Crane's body from the sword hilt. After a few seconds, he then reacted, his eyes open wide. Not fighting anymore? We are fighting to the death? Okay. Am I going to retaliate? I am being ignored. Who is the saint? He thought about his father who died young, thought about his mother's sorrow, thought about the loneliness of his childhood. Suddenly, his palms became extremely hot, as though he was holding on to a red-hot iron. Welcome to my spirit domain, Silent Blade Lake. The blade light slashed. This made everyone feel danger. As though it had sensed Crane's thoughts, the crane sword's light aura suddenly exploded. The sword cry pierced through the air, a gust of wind blew, and the calm lake immediately started to ripple. Xiao De felt that he was about to explode. Ever since he was young, he had fought countless of times, but none of the battles were as ridiculous as this one, and made him even angrier. Wait a minute, what did this fellow just say? A clear cry of a crane resonated in Crane's heart, straight to the clouds. Your light aura must be very dazzling, right? Ling Su also lowered his voice. Then what? To leave it hanging like this, it's even more disrespectful. It was the first time Crane felt such a strong sense of death, even though the opponent only raised the blade slightly. It was as though his world had suddenly lost all the sunlight, and the extreme negative emotions spread in his heart. Like a nimble and sharp black crane, as fast as lightning, he pecked out with his beak. The blade hilt was blue like a gem, and the blade body was covered in silver light. It was so exquisite that there were no flaws. Ling Su's eyes lit up. He could smell a familiar smell. Previously, he did not understand what the faint smell was in his spear technique. But now he understood. That was the smell of the spirit domain. Suddenly, he felt that all the hard work that he had put in all these years was meaningless. I want to take on everything. I want to fulfill my father's unfulfilled wish. I want to tell the world, I am his son, and not the Empress nephew. What would the complete Sacred Saint galaxy look like? I am really looking forward to it. The sound of the collision seemed to resound directly in Ling Su's heart. An astonishing power came from the tip of the spear. He held onto the spear body tightly. The spear body and his palms were violently rubbing against each other, causing his skin to be lacerated and his flesh to be mangled. The terrifying true power entered his meridians, causing Ling Su to groan, but he opened his mouth. It was as if he had suddenly discovered that the goal he had been yearning for was no longer so unreachable. Unknowingly, he had already grown to a level that he had never dared to imagine before. The huge force caused Ling Su and Flamingo's bodies to directly fly out. Sadness, loneliness, failure, and disappointment flooded him like a tide. Crane's face twitched and said softly, "That's not good, right? Aren't you disrespecting me? I am still a saint." Crane nodded his head. "That's true." Although the two of them lowered their voices, Xiao De's hearing was very powerful. He heard every single word. His face was ashen, and his lungs were about to explode. His fists unconsciously clenched. Xiao De's tone was indifferent. No one could tell if he was happy or angry. It was as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Crane's body trembled. He stared at the crane sword in his hand. The crane sword was releasing a dazzling light aura. The sword body was trembling. An astonishing fighting intent was emitted from the sword body. The corners of his mouth curled into a heartfelt smile. "How can I give up so easily? Even if you are a blade saint, let's not fight anymore. I thought of a problem. I need to think about it. You find Little Crane and Ling Su to fight for a while. Wait for me to think it through. We will continue. Which one of you can help me?" Tang Tian shouted. He immediately sat down and ignored Shauda. Voila, voila! The heavenly crane sword principle appeared in his mind. Crane's gaze was clear. He held onto his sword and stood proudly. His loose martial attire fluttered without any wind. His aura was at its peak. The wind gathered around him. Like a crane's wings, it lifted his body up. He was extremely light. Crane quietly opened up his 5 fingers. The wind swept past his fingers, bringing with it a warm and moist air. You were once a saint's sword. Are you so eager to fight? Pa, pa, pa. A long and slender palm held onto the transparent blue blade hilt. The blade was raised upwards. A silver blade floated in front of Shauda. Shauda looked at Tang Tian in a daze. His mind could not process what was happening. Following the trembling sound from the sword body, Crane slid forward. He welcomed the silver blue blade aura that was filled with death chi. He thrusted his sword forward. My blade has been nurtured in the still blade lake for close to 10 years. Today, I can see the light of day again. I hope that you will not disappoint me. A clear cry of a crane suddenly came out from the sword body. I never thought that I would open up the spirit domain again. It was actually because of the 3 of you. Shout aside. Seems like I have not improved much these few years. The silver spear pierced out with an astonishing rotation. Ling Su felt that the world had quietened down. His face was emotionless, like a silver rainstorm. The silver fishes jumped out of the lake and pounced towards Shauda. Every silver fish turned into a silver scale as soon as they flew out of the water. Tens of thousands of silver scales merged into one. Ling Su and Crane were stunned by Tang Tian's sudden call for them to stop. But the 2 of them understood Tang Tian very well. Thinking about it, they felt that such a ridiculous thing, if it was a crazy young man, it was possible. Shauda was stunned by Tang Tian's sudden call for them to stop. The silver blue blade aura was dyed with a layer of silver frost. Shauda's eyes widened. This layer of silver frost. Below Shauda's feet, the lake suddenly lit up with a silver light. It was a large group of silver shining little fishes. The number of little fishes was astonishing. It looked like a group of silver monsters wriggling in the water. His heart was filled with joy. A ray of silver and blue intersecting blade aura quietly clashed with Ling Su's silver spear. Tang Tian sat in his original position in a daze. He did not move an inch. The expression on his face changed from time to time. Sometimes he frowned, sometimes he clenched his teeth. All sorts of weird expressions would change from time to time. He had decided in his heart that he would definitely kill all 3 assholes. Seeing the 3 of them, the killing intent in his chest surged. Even Crane, whom he always thought to be polite and cultured, had a repulsive look on his face. How could he allow anyone to behave atrociously in his spirit domain? Shauda was surprised. He did not expect that the 2 of them would actually break through at the same time. But at that moment, his aura was at its peak. Forget about the 2 rascals breaking through. Even if other saints came, he would not be afraid. The brat in front of him had become even more dangerous. Let me teach you how to show respect to a saint rank. The Blue Origin Lake was strangely quiet. Even the wind in the air had a calming power. Shauda floated in the air. His expression had regained its tranquility. The sheephorn wind bells jumped up and clashed with the blade aura. Shauda's voice was like a gentle breeze that brushed past their ears. Ling Su and Crane suddenly realized that they were above a blue lake. The blue lake water was sparkling and translucent like a gem. When the gentle breeze brushed past, the surface of the lake started to ripple. Colorful fishes could be seen swimming happily in the lake. Even the water plants at the bottom of the lake could be seen clearly. This was the spirit domain, hailed as the strongest foundation of a saint. Every saint would have their own unique spirit domain. His eyes widened in anger. He roared like thunder. Summoning his last bit of strength, his badly mutilated palm suddenly released strength, and the spear body trembled. Just that. In that moment, Ling Su and Crane's hair all stood. Cool. They slowly rose out of the water, the silver light shining so brightly that it was hard to open one's eyes. It was as though there was a voice in his heart that kept on saying, "Forget it after this blade. Your world will end. To you, all of this has no meaning. You are destined to be a nobody." He was completely unaware of the changes in the outside world. "That's right, you are still fighting alongside me." Crane's gaze regained its clarity. Everything seemed to be in his control. "Ding," Ling Su said. "Go, let's have a good time first. When the crazy young man wakes up, he won't be in our hands anymore." The blade was 7 feet long, covered with fine and dense scales, bringing with it an arc that caused people's hearts to palpitate. But what was surprising was that it did not have a handle. Just at that moment, Xiao De extended his hand and gently guided. A blue pillar of water flew out from the lake and landed at the end of the blade, forming a handle. At the crucial moment of life and death, Ling Su calmed down. Flamingo suddenly moved, drawing an afterimage in the air. Ling Su, who was on the back of Flamingo, all the true power in his body surged to the maximum. His attention was unprecedentedly focused. Flamingo sprinted with all its might, every undulation, the subtle friction between his fingers and the spear, the rotation of the silver spear. He took a deep breath, regaining his calmness, his eyes filled with a bone-chilling intent. Crane's eyes flashed with a light aura. Many things that he did not understand suddenly became clear. In front of his sword Dao, all the fog that was bothering him was swept clean. The current him was still unable to form his own spirit domain, but he knew that as long as he persevered, one day he would form his own spirit domain. Ling Su subconsciously tightened his grip on the silver spear in his hand. Xiao De, who was in front of him, was not aggressive at all. He was calm and collected, but it caused Ling Su to be even more cautious. Crane's gaze was filled with splendor. He knew more than Ling Su and had a deeper understanding of Xiao De's changes. If we were to say that Xiao De previously had the demeanor of an immortal with an indifferent temperament, then the current Xiao De did not have much of a human aura on him. A sparkling and translucent blue dot expanded out from Xiao De's feet, and at the same time, the surrounding quickly darkened. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding scenery changed drastically. The strongest point of a saint was to have a spirit domain that belonged to him. Definitely not. Crane's face revealed a defeated look. Chapter 433. Suddenly, a loud sound interrupted Tang Tian's heroic thoughts. During that period of suppression, what exactly was it that caused a saint to be suppressed? The sheep-horn wind bells on the spear head rang out melodiously in the wind. He raised his head. When he thought about this question, he was immediately attracted to it, because he felt that the answer to this question was extremely powerful. Tang Tian carefully recalled the battle just now and pondered over it bit by bit. He knew that he was not as smart as Crane, so he used a stupid method and pondered over it bit by bit. He finally understood his own path and merged all the high-level martial techniques into his fundamental martial techniques, allowing his fundamental martial techniques to become faster. Their training, their research on martial techniques could all be completed in the world that they controlled. But when both parties exchanged blows, Tang Tian suddenly realized that he was actually suppressing Xiao De. After experiencing the initial ecstasy and excitement, Tang Tian suddenly thought of an important question. Why could he suppress a saint? He had a vague idea, but it was not clear. He was afraid that the inspiration would disappear. so he immediately called for a stop and sat down to think seriously. The path that he was walking on was something that no one had ever done before, and he had to rely on himself to explore. If he could understand this crucial point, his martial techniques would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Although Tang Tian knew that such a suppression would not last long, but it still encouraged him. Since he was not as smart as others and could not understand the flaws, then he would focus on fighting himself and not care about others. So it was like that. The realm of the spirit domain represented the realm of the saint. To a saint, it was just the difference between being strong and being weak. But a saint to a non-saint, on this point, it was the difference between having and not having. Crane's body trembled, as though he was sliding on ice. He suddenly plowed out a straight and deep mark of 70 m on the ground. Crane tightened his grip on the crane sword, feeling the boiling fighting intent coming from the sword hilt. Not far away, Ling Su, who was just flung out, climbed up again and flipped over to sit on Flamingo. The silver spear in his hand once again leveled out, not moving an inch. Tang Tian was slightly pleased to be able to suppress a saint. How powerful was that? Why am I so fast? Oh, it's because I used fundamental martial techniques. No wonder, no wonder. The fundamental martial technique was the martial technique he was most familiar with, which was why he was able to achieve such a speed. If it was any other martial technique, it would definitely not have such an effect. He had to be fast. The faster the better. Defeating a saint was such a great thing. Martial artists with higher realms could more easily control the rhythm of the battle. Thank you, Crane Sword. Ding! If he could maintain this speed, wouldn't he be able to keep suppressing Shouda? No, if he could be even faster. So fast that Shouda found it difficult to parry. Wouldn't that be even more powerful? Shouda could not help but stare at Ling Su. Blood splattered across the sky. He blocked it. He had many flaws, but he needed time to make use of them. Shouda didn't have time, so he couldn't counterattack. If you wanted him to have no time to think, then you had to be fast enough to completely squeeze out the opponent's time to think. What a scoundrel. They were strong in many aspects, but if one were to ask what the strongest aspect of a saint was, it would undoubtedly be the Spirit Society. The Spirit Society represented the saint's understanding towards battles and martial techniques. The deeper the understanding towards martial techniques, the stronger the saint's Spirit Society would be. It was rumored that the spirit domains of the top saint-level martial artists could even be a complete world. While he was excited, an extremely daring idea popped up in his mind. His bloody palm firmly held onto the silver spear. The bright and clean silver spear body was covered with long blood scars. It was the blood scars from when the silver spear flew out of his palm. Shouda could not believe the result in front of him. He did not hold back at all in that attack. But if it was not powerful, how could he suppress a saint? Ling Su felt Shouda's gaze on him, but he was not afraid at all. Focus your attack on me? The blade aura shattered. At the saint level, everyone's true power did not differ much. What was competing was the strength of the Spirit Society. The strength of the Spirit Society, in other words, was the difference in realms. So I can attack so fast, the stronger the Spirit Society, the higher the realms, the heaven and earth, are mine to use. This sentence sounded mysterious, but in other words, it was very simple. It was the accumulation of advantages. In the same environment, with the same strength, a higher realm meant that he would be able to discover more flaws and find more factors that were beneficial to him. All these seemingly superficial things would allow him to gain a slight advantage. When these advantages continued to accumulate, he would be able to control the situation more easily. Feng Ling was like the wind, the silver spear was like the stars, and the young man was like fire. Shouda's heart was suddenly burning. He did not have any passion for power, but towards martial techniques. He was filled with fanaticism. He had lived in seclusion in the mountains for so many years, all for the sake of pursuing the path of martial techniques. Ling Su's orange pupils suddenly lit up with a ball of flames. Flamingo rushed out in a flash, dragging a blazing trail of fire. The white-robed figure crouched down, his long silver hair fluttering in the air. "That's right. That's it. Are you all right?" Crane stared at Xiaoda and asked without turning his head. Tang Tian sat on the ground, deep in thought, and completely did not notice the situation around him. Saints were undoubtedly the strongest martial artists. Their true power was tyrannical, their understanding of martial techniques was extraordinary, and they had their own spirit domains. The silver blue light aura lit up again and slashed down. Ding! At the corner of Crane's mouth, a trace of blood flowed out. His calm eyes flashed with an excited light aura. A saint-level martial artist's full power attack was actually blocked by him and Ling Su's combined attack. All the figures that were once unreachable were now right in front of him, within his reach. Ling Su was not afraid. His figure on the back of the bird was not moving. That fierce face, angry eyes opened wide, an imposing aura recklessly fluttering his silver hair. He was actually able to suppress a saint-level martial artist. This result was completely out of Tang Tian's imagination. Fundamental martial techniques. How could they suppress a saint-level martial artist? Oh, why didn't Xiaoda counterattack? What was he doing? Why didn't he counterattack? Oh, he was blocking my attack. Why didn't he counterattack after blocking? Oh, because I punched out again, and then he went to block my fist. What happened after blocking? He still did not counterattack because my fist arrived again. Facing the gale, his badly mutilated palm tightly gripped onto the spear body. The doubts in his mind suddenly cleared up. The star power in his body surged. He stood up immediately, wishing he could roar towards the sky. Tang Tian was excited. Until now, he was sure that the thing that he was messing around with was very powerful. This path was not wrong to choose. Xiaoda's face did not change, but his heart was not as calm. The layer of silver frost almost froze his blade aura. If not, how could Crane's sword break his blade aura? Tang Tian used to think so too. In the past battles, it made him believe that it was the truth. A nimble black figure floated over, thrusting his sword out. We blocked it again. Although he already knew that Ling Su's spear technique was closely related to the silver frost mount, but when the strange silver frost appeared, he was still shocked. That's right, he was able to suppress Xiaoda. It was because he was fast. Crane, who flew out, his throat tasted sweet, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His chest, however, was filled with lofty sentiments. It was like this. That's great. Tang Tian became excited. Such a profound question. To be able to think of it himself, that was too powerful. As a saint, he knew much more than ordinary martial artists. Furthermore, the silver frost mount was only a few hundred qi dissipated. The silver frost mount represented one of the 12 golden palaces, the most orthodox inheritance of Aries constellation. This thought made Tang Tian excited. Tang Tian seemed to have found the crux. He did not have time to counterattack because his moves were too fast, so fast that Xiaoda did not even have time to react. Silver frost. Suddenly, 3 words jumped into his mind. Silver frost mount. But after the battle, he suddenly realized this truth did not seem to be completely correct. The star power in his body was strong. Xiaoda's true power was not weak. He had the upper hand, but the advantage was not obvious. But in other aspects, he was at a disadvantage. But for all these years, his realm had always been stagnant. Previously, Tang Tian had the same thought as well. Regarding this battle, he had more of a desire to feel good. It was not easy to catch a saint if he did not feel good, he did not know when he would be able to meet a saint again. Of course, he was also curious how strong a saint was. Could it be that the battle with Tang Tian just now caused him to use up too much true power? The accumulation of true power had a limit. Many quasi-saint martial artists, their true power was not inferior to those saints. But in a battle between both parties, they were not a match for a saint. It was simple. Their realm was too far apart, causing them to be at an absolute disadvantage in the battle. Tang Tian suddenly understood. The reason why Xiaoda did not counterattack was because he did not have the time to counterattack. He was only attacking with all his might. That's right, completely with all his might. He did not care what technique Xiaoda used. A crisp sound. The silver-blue blade aura that was dyed with silver frost, like a piece of silver-blue glass, suddenly shattered. When he realized the inheritance in Ling Su's hands could possibly be real, his heart could not help but be agitated. The inheritance of the silver frost mount had nurtured countless saints, such an ancient and powerful inheritance. Even seeing it once would be infinitely beneficial. The wind whistled past his ears. Ling Su clenched his teeth, used all his strength to hold onto the silver spear. Even a saint will definitely not be able to let go of my spear. Twice. I won't die. Ling Su carelessly spat out a mouthful of blood, stared at Xiaoda. His expression suddenly became unruly and fierce. Even a saint is not as strong as I thought. According to common sense, he should be at an absolute disadvantage. The tip of the spear and the blade aura collided. The silver frost was dyed. Ling Su's veins popped out. He held onto the silver spear tightly. The strong force caused his body to fly out again. Chapter 434. The outside world had always been spreading the relationship between Tang Tian and the Honorable Martial Alliance, but at the moment, Xiaoda felt that it was all nonsense. He did not find any Honorable Martial Alliance fighting style on Tang Tian's body, but it was extremely similar to Onyx Soul's fighting style. If he retreated now and waited for his true power to recover, then he would definitely win. To Xiaoda, Tang Tian actually had a special tactic, but there was no sure-win tactic in the world. Any tactic would have a way to break it. All sorts of fundamental martial techniques struck the silver-blue blade aura at an astonishing frequency. Ping! The silver-blue blade aura was completely shattered. The moment the blade aura shattered, Tang Tian's figure flashed like a ferocious tiger. He pounced towards Xiaoda. Xiaoda jumped in fright, but this time he was already prepared. The blade in his hand slashed down. It was as though he did not see it, and directly rushed towards the blade aura. At the moment of contact, he suddenly exploded, and the fundamental martial techniques struck towards the blade aura like a torrential storm. But what Xiaoda did not expect was Tang Tian, who was in midair, did not even dodge. Suddenly, a voice came out. "Hey, Switch! This brat, what kind of freak is he?" With a clear target, Tang Tian's astonishing battle intuition immediately displayed itself. All the familiar high-level martial techniques flowed past his mind like flowing water. Tang Tian's fundamental martial techniques were quickly changing. Tang Tian could clearly see the ripples brought about by the trembling blade aura. When the second blade was blocked, Xiaoda's heart became even more fiery. He was now 100% sure. Ling Su's hand was the inheritance of Aries constellation, hailed as Heaven's Road's strongest spear technique, Aries' Spear of Stars. Without hesitation, Tang Tian directly passed through the shattered aura and pounced towards Xiaoda. In a short second, Tang Tian brandished out a total of 300 attacks, and these 300 attacks were scattered all over the blade aura. And these 300 attacks, every attack's landing point, power, speed, were all within his control. His heart was filled with joy. The current him, compared to before, was much stronger. Compared to when he faced Ling Su Crane, Xiaoda's figure swayed. Tang Tian's attacks struck the blade auras like a torrential storm, causing Xiao to be affected as well. None of the attacks were as powerful as Ling Su's Silver Frost or Crane Stinger, but there were too many of them, and the frequency of their attacks was too shocking, causing Xiao's chest to feel stuffy. Ping! To be able to unleash fundamental martial techniques and attack at a rate of 300 times in a second. How strong would one's body be? And how fast would one's reaction be? He had used up quite a bit of his energy after using his full strength twice in a row. In the battle with Tang Tian, he had consumed a lot of energy, but the recovery speed of a saint-level martial artist was not something that a non-saint-level martial artist could imagine and compare with. This was very brainless and stupid, but this was the martial arts of the godlike young man. He suddenly retreated backwards, trying to widen the distance between him and Tang Tian. The blade aura exploded into a ball of shattered aura. Tang Tian's body must have been modified by a high-level blood meridian. If not, he would definitely not be able to withstand Tang Tian's violent attacks. 300 fundamental attacks in a second and 300 spear attacks in a second were two completely different concepts. For example, Ling Su's pointed sea spear was actually a special technique and could only be considered as one technique because the true power in Ling Su's body could only be used once. His attacks became faster and faster, to the point that the naked eye could not catch them. Under such a berserk attack, the silver-blue blade aura trembled violently. Xiao suddenly thought of Ling Su's assault. Ling Su's assault, that indomitable desperation and recklessness, left a deep impression on him. From this point, Tang Tian could not compare. But Tang Tian's face did not have any teeth clenched, no anger, no killing intent, only concentration. He was like an honest man, earnestly and persistently doing one thing. That's all. Anyway, it was just a matter of one blade. In Tang Tian's mind, there was only one thought: how can I be faster? Defeat me? While Xiao was distracted, Tang Tian had already rushed in front of him. This world is too complicated. I can't understand it. There are too many changes in this world. I can't see through it. This world is in chaos. I can't understand it. But it doesn't matter. I can bury my head and walk my own path. I can wave my fists. I can display my own martial techniques and not care about this world. And Tang Tian's 300 fundamental attacks meant that his true power needed to be used 300 times without an outstanding blood meridian modified body. It was impossible to bear. Under the power of a saint, a spear technique that could cause a saint to fear, other than the 12 ecliptic palaces, honorable martial alliance, and onyx soul, there were definitely no other inheritances that could do it. With Ling Su and Crane's condition, blocking another 2 blades would be their limit. In truth, for the battle to drag to such a stage, it already made him extremely surprised. Xiao suddenly thought of a problem, and his face changed. Xiao's escape was very sudden. Ling Su and Crane did not expect it at all, and were dumbstruck. A saint would actually escape? Tang Tian's legs were using fundamental light body techniques, but the frequency was so fast that it caused people to be flabbergasted. The 2 figures started to chase, and what made Xiao's heart turn cold was that Tang Tian's speed was continuously increasing, and the distance between the 2 was actually shrinking. Every move that he released seemed to be in slow motion, becoming extremely clear. He could clearly see every detail, every change. All those high-level martial techniques: Fire Scythe, Ghost Claw, Thousand Cleave Demonic Hand. In Xiao's heart, there was a rare panic, seeing that Tang Tian was getting closer. The blade in his hand trembled and slashed out again. The distance between the 2 was very close, and Tang Tian was rushing forward. It was extremely difficult to dodge. Xiao was already prepared. As long as Tang Tian dodged, he would follow up with his next move. My martial Tao is to fight with myself and to not care about other people hitting me. Tang Tian brought along a blurry afterimage, like a gust of wind. he rushed in front of Xiaoda. Without thinking, he used his fists and legs to attack Xiaoda. Xiaoda never thought that Tang Tian would actually be able to destroy the blade aura so cleanly, and his face immediately changed. What made him truly fearful was Tang Tian's improvement. In a short period of time, Tang Tian's attack speed actually increased again. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would definitely not believe it. Xiaoda suddenly had a feeling of not knowing what to say. "Oh, I'm wrong. Facing this guy, I don't seem to know what to say." His fists, palms, fingers, elbows, legs, all continuously attacked the blade aura like a blacksmith's hammer, continuously landing on the red-hot iron. Xiaoda did not know whether to laugh or cry. You just sat there for a while, and you can think of a way to defeat a saint. All the saints in the world are already dead. But he was too lazy to argue with this asshole, to argue with such a stupid person. It was too shameful. Time seemed to have slowed down at that moment. In the past, Tang Tian's idea of merging high-level martial techniques with fundamental martial techniques was only a rough idea. He did not understand what exactly he wanted to merge. But at that moment, he had completely thought of the path he wanted to take. Once he thought it through, Tang Tian did not waver. All of his attention was focused on that point. Many of the things that were unclear in the past suddenly became clear. Tang Tian's moves subconsciously changed. These changes were very subtle, but it caused his speed to become faster. The wolf head on Tang Tian's tailbone suddenly lit up. The heavenly martial werewolf blood meridians had an astonishing improvement on Tang Tian's body. His body's agility became abnormally strong. Every joint in his body was extremely agile, even under such a high frequency of attacks. His movements did not change at all. Tang Tian knew if he wanted to destroy the blade aura, he had to be faster than before. Xiaoda's blade once again rose up. He took a deep breath, his face filled with killing intent, and the battle quickly. Xiaoda calculated in his heart he only needed a few more blades, and the two of them would definitely collapse. As for Tang Tian, from what he saw, he definitely could not continue. That was why he used such a clumsy excuse to stop. Tang Tian acted as though he did not see the abnormality of the blade aura. His fundamental martial techniques were at an astonishing rate, attacking like the wind. The killing intent on Xiaoda's face congealed. His expression froze. Xiaoda had already regained his senses. For a non-saint martial artist to suppress a saint martial artist, he must have expended all his energy. If not, how could it be possible? Tang Tian must be exhausted by now. Without thinking, he was like a cheetah suddenly leaping out. He did not even consider Tang Tian at the moment, although his true power had been consumed a lot, but at least he could unleash 5 blades with all his strength. Chance and such a high-level blood meridians could not be bought in the market. But for some reason, the concentration and seriousness on Tang Tian's face made Xiaoda feel a chill down his spine. The silver-blue blade, aura, slashed straight towards Tang Tian. In a second, more than 200 fundamental attacks crashed onto the blade aura. Suddenly, a figure flashed in his eyes. He quivered so fast. The moment the fist and blade aura clashed, Tang Tian's figure flashed. The terrifying power penetrated straight through the blade aura. Tang Tian did not feel anything. Following the force of the blade aura, he retreated, and his hands changed at an astonishing speed. The fist immediately became a palm, fingers flicking, sideways body pushing forward, side kick. His attacks were faster than before, but the current frequency was obviously not enough. It had to be faster. He did not have time to think. He did not have time to think about other things. His eyes were only on the blade aura. Bang! A familiar figure dashed in front of him from the side. Tang Tian buried his head. Without looking, he gathered all the energy in his body and attacked crazily. He was like a person training alone, using all his strength to unleash fundamental martial techniques. Too scary. Xiao jumped in fright. He suddenly jumped back, turned, and ran. The true power in his body could only allow him to unleash his blade twice, and with Tang Tian's ferocious state, these two blades would definitely not be able to injure him in the slightest. Tang Tian looked at Xiao, rubbing his palms, his eyes filled with fighting intent. He shouted, "Old man, you're dead. Just now, I already thought of a way to defeat you. You are destined to be defeated by this godlike young man." He completely ignored Xiao. Change people, as long as his true power recovered, and he killed his way back. The three of them would not be able to escape. But Tang Tian's attention was always on Xiao. He did not relax at all. The moment Xiao turned, his eyes shrunk like a needle. Chapter 435. Crane felt weird. Tang Tian did not like to read, but he could still read a little. Ling Su had a fiery temper. Reading was like a fuse that could ignite him. The only thing that could see Ling Su reading was the old book that his teacher left behind, but every time he read it, he would yawn with tears in his eyes and was extremely sleepy. There were a few times when Crane saw Ling Su holding the book upside down. The pearl looked like an ordinary stone pearl. There was nothing special about it, but when Tang Tian used strength to pinch it, it did not move. Tang Tian tried to inject star power into it, but there was still no reaction. He tried to burn it with fire, soak it with water, and even dipped it in blood, but after trying for half a day, the pearl did not have any reaction. Tang Tian gave up and kept it, but such a big character died in his hands today. Tang Tian's gaze looked at the light pillar in the distance. Why do I need to be so smart? Tang Tian suddenly revealed a proud smile. Only an idiot can become a great hero. Then let's call it the idiot hero flow. A curved blade was like a pool of autumn water, as though it was flowing slowly. This curved blade should be Xiaoda's backup weapon, not a star treasure. And Tang Tian did not know who made it. The texture was extremely soft, especially the toughness. Tang Tian tried a few times, but no matter how much strength he used, he could not break the blade. Tang Tian did not have anyone who used blades, so he decided to leave the blade for Sai Lei. Such a weird metal. If he could find the formula, Sai Lei would definitely be able to create something new. The two of them sat cross-legged. Their internal injuries were not light, but luckily their bodies were not severely injured. If not, it would not be so easy to recover. Xiaoda's temperament was indifferent. He did not have many things on him, but he was after all a saint to be able to enter his eyes. Naturally, it would not be ordinary. Concentrated attacks fell on his body like raindrops. He was like a human sandbag. In a short span of a second, he received 300 attacks. Tang Tian's basic attacks were filled with power, but the lethality could not be compared to Ling Su's killing technique. It was not a big problem for Xiao to take a blow head-on. The true power in his body could be easily dissipated. That's right. Crane sighed. Tang Tian had absorbed a third of Ursa Major constellation's star power, and the two of them were not envious at all. This was, after all, an external force, and on the path to sainthood, such an external force might not necessarily be a good thing. A martial artist who was obsessed with external forces would never be able to become a saint. Tang Tian yawned as he read. "This book is useless to me. You can have it." Ling Su didn't expect Tang Tian to nod. He was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, "It's over. You're hopelessly stupid." A hand shot out like lightning. It was Ling Su. Xiaoda's body froze, and the expression on his face froze. In terms of reading, even if Ling Su and Tang Tian were to be multiplied by 100, they would still not be Crane's opponent. The information in between the lines was constantly being sorted out and summarized by Crane. Tang Tian leapt forward as fast as lightning. It was as though he had already predicted that Xiao would escape. This book was of great help to Crane and Ling Su. The two of them had just gained a superficial understanding of the spirit domain. As for what to do next, they had no clue. With this book, the two of them were enlightened. This fellow killed Master Xiao. Ling Su felt that his tongue was in a knot. No matter how hard he tried, he could not smooth it out. He stared blankly into the distance. It was a deep illusion, causing Tang Tian to suspect if he was dreaming. A saint, that was a saint, and he was actually killed by his own basic martial technique. No matter how he looked at it, it was absurd. Ling Su did not hide his jealousy. Not only is he a rascal, he's also brainless. Ling Su suddenly spat out a sentence. Brainless rascal. The wings shattered, and the sky was filled with silver light. Tang Tian's fist struck Xiaoda's body without any fancy moves. When Crane opened his eyes, he could not believe his eyes. Tang Tian was actually reading a book. When he jumped back, Xiaoda was already dead. What made Tang Tian the most depressed was that Xiaoda did not even have a card on him. Then I have to think of a cool name. Tang Tian's eyes immediately lit up. Do we still need a name? Tang Tian did not understand. Crane and Ling Su had already recovered. The three of them continued their journey. He trained in fundamental martial techniques for 5 years. Crane was impressed. Just this point, not many people can do it. His body's foundation was originally good. Adding on the heavenly martial werewolf blood meridians and the tempering of the star power, his body is now terrifyingly strong. This kind of rascal fighting style, only he can do it. Unknowingly, he had walked in front of them again. He was still a saint, such a powerful person, but he did not even have a card on him. How would he greet others when he went out? He could not believe his own eyes. The strength of a saint was already deeply imprinted in his mind. In his mind, every saint-level martial saint was a great figure, and he had to work hard to surpass them. Tang Tian was at the side arranging his spoils of war. Tang Tian then came out from his state of concentration. He looked at the lifeless Xiaoda in front of him. In that moment, he was stunned. Saint rank. He actually killed a saint rank. He appeared behind Xiaoda like a ghost. Xiaoda heard the movement behind him, and his face changed. The blade in his hand suddenly scattered into countless of silver light. The silver light transformed into a pair of silver wings. The other item was a gray bead. Could he be faking his death? Crane was also dumbstruck and muttered, only by finding one's own martial Tao could one form their own spirit domain. That was what the two of them were envious of, regardless of which martial technique it was. It was ultimately a human's unearthing of their own potential. Their final destination was to perfect themselves and discover themselves. From these records, one could clearly see how Xiaoda became a saint step by step. Bang, 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 bang. What was happening to this world? Unfortunately, Yen Yonglai was already dead. What was burning now was his martial spirit. How would Tang Tian know that Xiaoda had always been living in seclusion in the mountains? Even if he had a card, it would be useless. How would he have a card? Tang Tian, who was not satisfied, kept the broken pieces of the silver blade. The star power in his body was the star power of Ursa Major constellation, so his senses were naturally incomparable to others. He could feel Yen Yonglai's determination and unyielding resolution in the light pillar, much stronger. Ling Su's face revealed a bitter smile. His mouth was extremely bitter. Although they were all on the same side, but to have him admit that he was not as good as others made him feel sad. But he still calmly said, "My pointed sea spear's power is dispersed. Every attack of his is very complete. His control over fundamental martial techniques has reached an inconceivable level." After cleaning up, Tang Tian, who was not satisfied, swept a few rounds unwillingly, but still did not find anything. The place was already so clean that it looked like it had been washed. Such an opponent made Tang Tian feel deep respect. But that did not mean Tang Tian would take the initiative to give up. Since he was an opponent, then he would give it his all. That was the respect to the opponent. Although he did not understand what was the use of the pearl, but these special points showed that it was not ordinary. Furthermore, not everything had the qualifications to become a saint's collection. It was still very simple now, but Tang Tian had already found the path that belonged to him. The two of them were extremely envious, but there was no value in using it as a reference. Every person's martial path had to be in accordance with their temperament. Tang Tian could be so brainless and naive towards the world, but the two of them could not. They needed to find a martial path that belonged to them. Tang Tian bombarded for a full 10 seconds. Similarly, Ling Su and Crane were also stunned. This fellow's fighting method is so shameless. I wonder how shameless his spirit domain is. Ling Su suddenly said, his words revealing a thick sense of jealousy. Others might see the power of the heavenly martial werewolf blood meridian and see the credit of 1/3 of Ursa Major constellation's star power. But other than Tang Tian, who could train in fundamental martial techniques for 5 years, without the terrifying proficiency, how could there be such a speed? Other than Tang Tian, who could not be moved by the outside world and persevere in such brainless attacks. Ling Su's expression was complicated and muttered to himself, that is a true hero. In any case, it was a Saint Blade and could be sold as scrap metal for a good price. He didn't expect that Ling Su would look at it for several hours. After he finished, he threw the book to Crane and went to the side to think. It is a fundamental martial technique, but it is too fast. How is it compared to your pointed sea spear? Crane's face congealed. This fellow was actually reading so enthusiastically, causing Crane to feel weird. Powerful martial techniques all have names. Crane guided patiently. Crazy Tang, what are you planning to name your martial technique? Crane asked. Crane took the book with a face of suspicion, and after skimming through a few pages, he was deeply attracted by the book. This book, no, to be more accurate, it was a notebook. It was Xiaoda's daily training experience. After a while, the two of them gradually regained their senses. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Very strong. Ling Su looked at Tang Tian, who was happily collecting his spoils of war, and said, this is his martial technique, and only he can do it. Tang Tian, who was not resigned to not gaining anything, muttered in his heart. A rascal's fighting style was indeed very vivid, but brainless, that's right. Tang Tian nodded his head. The three of them looked at the light pillar in the distance. Forget it, let's hurry up. Crane, who was already in despair, gave up on his suggestion. In truth, if not for Xiaoda wanting to use his blade to form blade wings and let himself escape with Tang Tian's strength, it would be wishful thinking to want to destroy a Saint Blade. What kind of book could make these two fellows who never read to obediently hold onto the book and read it? Although Xiaoda was carelessly killed by Tang Tian, his own realm was still there and was not something the three of them could compare to. Even if Xiaoda trained in blade techniques, it was still a huge inspiration and reference for Crane. That was the martial technique that belonged to Tang Tian. But in a short span of a second, he had suffered over 300 attacks, and the true power in Xiaoda's body was instantly destroyed. It was completely destroyed. In a mess, his meridians were broken inch by inch. Chapter 436. The dense and surging golden star power transformed into a golden vortex, frantically absorbing the surrounding star power. The other two also revealed looks of fatigue, but nodded their heads at the same time. But it is truly painful. What a huge formation. Ling Su was filled with ridicule, his killing intent soaring. But You are right, Crazy Tang is truly powerful. If not for him, I would not have understood it so quickly. Ling Su could not help but clench his fists tightly. Ha! I finally understand. All the despair is not arranged by fate. It is what your so-called logic tells you. You tell yourself your talent is ordinary and will never be able to catch up to others. You tell yourself how miserable and pitiful you are. Then you can die, you can bury yourself. I don't want to. Draco Constellation's vibrating mountain army was named after that. Crane was startled. Saying that, Crane's heart could not help but feel moved. He thought about himself. His father had passed away early, leaving him with a deep trauma. His childhood was shrouded in deep loneliness and shadows. The distorted figure, wrapped in flames, suddenly froze. But an even crazier battle rumbled in all directions. Crane's face was filled with shock and did not speak for a long time. Ha 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 ha, Longzhu laughed out loud. That's right, that's right. I will punish myself with a cup. That's right. Its rise is flourishing, and its fall is also sudden. In front of him, a middle-aged man sighed. There are no undefeated dynasties under the heavens. Even the strong Scorpio dynasty was turned into ashes. This Ursa Major constellation, such a pity. Longzhu picked up the wine cup, downed it in one gulp, half drunk. Yin Yonglai is a hero, but I feel that the most pity is that I cannot fight with Tu Qing. The grizzly bear army is hailed as the strongest army in the polar lands. Not being able to personally experience it is a lifetime regret. Good. The middle-aged man stood up. Tang Tian was tightly wrapped by the surging star power. The light pillar that pierced through the clouds trembled intensely, as though it could collapse at any time. Longzhu sat barefoot on the ground, his clothes half open, his black hair draped over his shoulders. A beautiful concubine beside him gently fanned herself. Do you know about the Walking Dead? That's it. The corners of Ling Su's mouth twitched. He wanted to force a smile, but it was uglier than crying. Actually, Great Elder treats me pretty well. He gives me whatever I want. If I hadn't met Crazy Tang, if I hadn't done something so ugly with Gu Shui, I would still be a walking corpse. Bastard, you're dead. Ling Su flew into a rage. Tang Tian calmed himself down. The burning star power was like a wild beast that had lost control. Tang Tian's idea was simple. He would absorb the star power into his body and use it to tame and assimilate them. The saint treasure of Ursa Major constellation was not in his hands. The only fortunate thing was that his body contained close to a third of the Ursa Major constellation's star power. Yes, Crazy Tang's background is not simple. Crane nodded his head. I truly cannot think of any blood meridians that can hold a third of Ursa Major constellation's star power. Unfortunately, Crazy Tang's mother passed away early. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so troublesome. And I still have my mother. In the distant horizon, a group of people snaked over. Even though they were far away, they could still hear the faint rumbling sounds. Take down Ursa Major constellation. Great Dragon. Why are you worried about not having opponents? Great Dragon slaughtering bear. That's a beautiful story. The middle-aged man clapped his hands and laughed. Ling Su's mouth twitched. His mouth hooked up into a disapproving smile. If not, cry to the heavens. Cry every day. You guys at least have parents. I don't even know who my parents are. But I don't want to know. Then, should I really say it? Crane's face was filled with probing. Crane could not imagine Tang Tian's life after his mother passed away. The two of them moved and jumped onto the roof of Ursa Major Palace. They found the highest point and looked out. The huge group in the distance was an army formed by vibrating mountain lizards. The vibrating mountain lizard was a star spirit beast unique to Draco constellation. It was a rare earth element lizard. It had a huge body with a height of over 6 m and a length of over 7 m. It was like a small moving mountain. The vibrating mountain lizard was extremely strong. Its body was huge but not clumsy. It was docile and obedient, but when fighting, it was extremely valiant. On its forehead, there was a thick and short horn. A high-level vibrating mountain lizard could easily break a mountain. Ling Su's gaze looked into the distance. His arrogant face was calm and emotionless. When teacher died, I was 11 years old. I was sad at that time, and then it turned into despair and discouragement. I wanted to take revenge for teacher, but I knew I could not do it. My talent was average, and my body condition was terrible. I could not even satisfy teacher, but my enemy was a genius that teacher praised endlessly. Your heart was filled with hatred, but you knew, even if you trained for 100 years, you would not be the enemy's opponent. You even know that even your teacher did not wish for you to take revenge for him, because he knew you were not the enemy's opponent. He did not want you to send yourself to death. That kind of despair is more terrifying than sorrow. Let's go take a look. Crane suggested. You want to fish in troubled waters. You dare to step on the head of Tai Sui. You do not know what death is. Ling Su raised his eyebrows and sneered. I told myself, I want to leave this place. If I leave this place, I will not be so sad. And so I left. I was at a loss. I did not know where to go. I just walked forward. Walking and walking, I did not remember how long I walked and did not know where I walked to. When I was hungry, I would kill star spirit beasts. When I was thirsty, I would find a water source. I would kill some bandits. When the great clan elder of the Gu family met me, he thought I was a barbarian. I do not know how to convince you to give up burning. If you do not give up, I will fight with you. Tang Tian paused for a moment. I will not let Ursa Major Constellation be destroyed. Bing and the rest will do better than you. Although maybe that Ursa Major Constellation is no longer the Ursa Major Constellation that you protect. Ling Su's face that was filled with arrogance suddenly froze. He turned his face in a stupefied manner. Crane immediately saw the throbbing veins on Ling Su's forehead. Crane immediately reminded him, Hey, you were the one who made me say that. Ling Su regained his composure. He turned his face with a thick self-ridicule. This should be called bravery. I actually learned it from a crazy young man. All these years, I have truly lived like a dog. At that moment, the wind blew up the veil. The light pillar in the distance suddenly trembled violently. Longzhu's face immediately became gloomy, and then he laughed. The blazing hot current frantically surged into Tang Tian's body. The three of them had solemn expressions. This was their respect for Yen Yonglai. He raised the wine cup in front of him and drank it in one gulp. He laughed. After this battle, we will drink to our heart's content. Let's go. The martial spirit seemed to be releasing an astonishing fighting intent. The intense fighting intent caused the surrounding flames to distort. That, so hopeless. Ling Su, how bad is your talent? Crane had a face of sympathy. Tang Tian extended out his palm and placed it on the light pillar. It was as though he was touching the pillar of fire. The extremely hot heat caused him to subconsciously want to retreat, but he endured it. Not only that, he forcefully inserted his palm into the light pillar. Interesting. Crane revealed a warm smile. Previously, he only felt as though he was in a sea of fire. But now, he felt as though his body was a blazing furnace, and he still had to bite the bullet and work hard to assimilate the combusting star power. Crane said softly, For him to be like this, it is truly not easy. Let me, Tang Tian said. The star power of Ursa Major constellation in his body was the densest, and Ursa Major constellation was the closest to him. Out of the three of them, only he could stop the combusting of Ursa Major constellation. I never thought that someone would beat me to it. Interesting, interesting. Speak. Crane wanted to say something, but stopped. Ling Su and Crane guarded the surroundings, the two of them preventing anyone from attacking Tang Tian. This fellow is truly a freak. Ling Su could not help but say, he can't even burst like this. Along the way, they met with countless of obstructions. All of the martial artists with weak strength pounced on them like a tide, completely disregarding their lives. The three of them continued to kill and finally reached the palace. The star power in his body suddenly surged out. My heart is filled with hatred. I want revenge. Even if I am as stupid as a pig, I will crawl to the front of that sinner. If I am destined to die, I will die under the spear of that sinner. No matter what, I will definitely not bury myself. Ling Su raised his eyebrows with a face of insolence. Huh? Isn't it powerful? Your spirit must have been baptized. These people are truly difficult to deal with. Tang Tian smacked his lips, his expression somewhat moved. Even though you know you will die, you are still working so hard. You are truly powerful. Looking at the light pillar that shot into the sky from Ursa Major Palace, the three of them revealed looks of respect. Longzhu looked through the veil and saw the light pillar that shot into the sky from Ursa Major Palace, and could not help but sigh. Yin Yong Lai was a tyrant of his generation, but I never thought that he would end up like this. In the blink of an eye, Ursa Major constellation has declined to the point of being defeated. It truly makes people sigh with sorrow. Tang Tian's entire body trembled. The clothes on his body turned into ashes, and the light pillar became sluggish. The star power in Tang Tian's body suddenly revolved. Crane was stunned by Ling Su's sinister look. Crane looked at Ling Su in shock. The vibrating mountain lizard at the front of the group was much larger than the rest. On its back was a pavilion, and from the veil hanging down, there was a faint sound of music coming out. Ling Su shook his head and said, for Ursa Major constellation, he disregarded everything and gave up everything. He is a true hero. As his enemy, we can only give it our all and disregard everything to be worthy of this victory. For such a hero, to die fighting with all his might, there will be regrets, but there will be no remorse. Suddenly, the two of them stopped. It was as though he was in a sea of fire. He felt that it was extremely familiar, as though he was looking at the depths of the palace. Inside the sea of fire, the martial spirit that was constantly burning. Truly a hero worthy of respect. Crane looked at the light pillar and muttered, for his own constellation, for the future, he burned himself to death, and we have to destroy his final burning. It makes me feel complicated. You lost. Tang Tian rushed to the martial spirit that was wrapped in flames and shouted, I admire your determination to fight, but everything is over. Blood should not be spilled for meaningless battles. Ursa Major constellation should not be destroyed like this. Ling Su said impatiently, if you have something to say, just say it. Aren't you annoying being so long-winded? Chapter 437. Yes. A few martial artists replied and jumped down. He looked into the distance, his thoughts flying. He was still young and inexperienced, leading Draco Constellation's strongest army had always been a controversial position. He urgently needed a victory to stabilize his position. He was looking forward to the expressions of the people and what kind of scene it would be. Sima Xiao laughed. People always need something to chase after. Do you plan to participate in the clan elders' meeting? Qiu Zhijun asked. Qiu Zhijun suddenly said, between Longzhu and Tang Tian, who do you think will win? It's a pity I cannot personally witness the battle. It truly is a pity. Sima Zhao's face was filled with regret. His fingers quickly swept past the desserts, and the desserts flew into his mouth like raindrops. Mr. Wang's expression was calm. He had seen such expressions too many times and was long used to it. I don't know. Sima Zhao shook his head, but Wang Yi took away the newest spirit general. I am very curious about their performance. If that's the case, then your target can only be Tang Tian. Qiu Zhijun was surprised. Speaking about it, I have always found it strange. Tang Tian, and we do not have any conflict. We mind our own business. I do not understand why you always pay attention to them, and even fear them. Sima Zhao laughed. Wrong. I am not gloomy. I am unscrupulous. As long as I can win, I need to be open and above board. And I will be open and above board. Furthermore, I am very interested in the spirit generals in Tang Tian's hands. If we are able to create even more powerful spirit military generals, then that will be even more powerful. Qiu Zhijun reported. The vibrating mountain army has already entered Ursa Major constellation. They will quickly meet up with Tang Tian and the rest. Qiu Zhijun continued. With your personality, since you have already treated him as your opponent, then you will definitely lay down a trap. I understand. Long Zhu is the enemy you prepared for Tang Tian? Sima Zhao frowned after a moment. Actually, I do not understand why, but every time I see Tang Tian or hear news about Tang Tian, I will feel that he will be a threat to me in the future. The surname Long, in Draco constellation, was a big surname. Almost 70% of the higher-ups of Draco constellation were surnamed Long. Long Zhu was of noble birth. His grandfather was one of the two saints of Draco constellation in the past. However, he did not have much interest in cultivation since he was young. Instead, he stayed in the red light district and did not do any proper work. Sima Zhao stopped and placed the desserts back into his plate and spoke with a serious expression. Because I have high hopes for them. His father had no choice but to harden his heart and send him to the army, wanting him to suffer for a few years. Unexpectedly, after a few years when he returned home, it was as if he had changed into a different person, and his bearing was extraordinary. While his father was pleasantly surprised, he began to secretly try to push him to an important position. What are you going to do? Sima Zhao said disapprovingly. Two stubborn old fogies talking about all these useless things. It's a waste of time. Oh, they were too old to keep up with the times. It didn't matter if one was old, but if one was stubborn when one was old, then that was stupid. Besides, I don't like people without initiative. Sima Zhao scoffed. Don't tell me you expect him to be loyal? The bigger his ambition, the better. The bigger his ambition, the more he dares to make a move. He has the ability and ambition, that is the best. I can support him to become the Heavenly Dragon King. Control? From the start, I have never thought of controlling the 5 polar domains. Even if I were to go to such a poor and broken place, I would be too lazy to go. The change in Ursa Major constellation happened in just a few days. Facing such a huge change, the entire Draco constellation was at a loss. In the 5 polar domains, in terms of fighting power, Ursa Major constellation was the strongest. In terms of overall strength, Cepheus constellation and Cassiopeia constellation, merged to form the immortal Martial constellation, was undoubtedly the number 1. And Ursa Minor constellation and Draco constellation were lacking by a large margin. No problem. The middle-aged man said straightforwardly. Mr. Wang ordered a few martial artists beside him. Go, get rid of all those people who are in the way. If they were able to subdue him, it would be of great help to the master. Long Zhu was a person who held a high position at such a young age, and his future was limitless. If he managed it well, he might be able to become the Heavenly Dragon King. You have high hopes. Qiu Zhijun was surprised. Lupus constellation is just one of the most declining constellations in the southern sky's 42 constellations. Even Andromeda constellation is just a northern sky constellation. With such a small power, I truly cannot see what is it about Tang Tian that is worthy of you being so fearful and optimistic about. It is because he is not mature. That is why we need to test it out. Sima Xiao stopped and said unhappily, "We have wasted too much time previously. It was not easy for us to develop a unique fighting method, but in the end, we spent all our time scheming and wasted all our time on internal strife. If in those years we had placed our focus on researching on even more powerful spirit generals, who knows how much stronger we would be." This statement made Qiu Zhijun even more surprised. Tang Tian's strength is not bad, his potential is huge, and he is an outstanding martial artist. This I admit, but for you to actually view him as your opponent, I am unable to understand. Do you really think that your path will work? Spirit generals are strong, and martial artists are weak. There has never been a good ending. Qiu Zhijun was a traditional martial artist and did not reject spirit generals, nor did he like them. And the clan union's path of using spirit generals as the main path, to him, was already a crooked path. What if he wins? Qiu Zhijun suddenly said. Sima family, Longzhu's methods were extremely powerful and very quickly managed the vibrating mountain army like an iron bucket. Mr. Wang sneered in his heart. Longzhu was extremely ambitious and was unwilling to be left out. If not for that, how could he convince him? And Longzhu looked to be carefree, but in truth, he had many schemes in his heart. Such a person, if they did not let him see their own strength, how could he be convinced? The elites of Ursa Major constellation were all out, and the current territory was empty if they could take advantage of the situation. There was a huge possibility of taking down Ursa Major constellation. Even if they could not take down the entire Ursa Major constellation, taking down a few planets would still be a huge achievement. Longzhu's skin was white. His eyes were long and narrow. The corners of his eyes were slightly raised. His long hair draped over his shoulders. Although he was a man, he had a rather charming aura. Because of that, he received the love of many ladies. Qiu Zhijun was surprised. Isn't the technique not mature yet? Who knows? Sima Xiao looked at his senior brother and smiled, but it is worth the risk. This is the only chance for the clan union to rise up. Comparing martial techniques and treasures, we are not the opponent of the Honorable Martial Alliance. Comparing armies, we are not the opponent of Leo Constellation. Comparing blood meridians, we are not the opponent of Onyx Soul. We need something of our own to be able to become stronger. Although this path is unknown, but at least it seems to be the most likely path. And just at that time, the original commander of the vibrating mountain army contracted a strange illness and had no choice but to select a new commander. Longzhu consecutively defeated a few candidates and became the commander of Draco Constellation's strongest army. I will have to trouble Mr. Wang with those small fishes. Longzhu bowed slightly and smiled at the middle-aged man. Furthermore, he had a strong ally. Qiu Zhijun understood the fate of the two clan elders and suddenly said, 12 seats. You have already obtained the support of 9 seats. I am curious, why did you not snatch the position of alliance leader? Actually, you do not want to be under others. Even if it is the Honorable Martial Alliance, Onyx Soul, or Leo Constellation, you are not willing to lower your head. Qiu Zhijun said indifferently, Teacher said that your character is the true pride. And indeed, he was right. Longzhu's way of speaking was extraordinary. He was experienced and deeply liked by Dragon King Tian, and his romantic and uninhibited nature made him even more praised by the higher-ups. At that time, many people sighed. The grandson of a saint was actually so depraved and could not be saved. The few guards by Longzhu's side revealed looks of disdain. The light body techniques of the few martial artists that jumped down were not that good. They were unable to understand why the master would care about them. Wang Ye's evaluation of Long Zhu is, he is shrewd, good at scheming, and extremely ambitious. Qiu Zhijun looked at Sima Xiao. This kind of person, even if he were to pledge allegiance, I am afraid he would be two-faced. Long Zhu immediately realized that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Sima Xiao kept stuffing snacks into his mouth and said without raising his head, "What's so good about that seat? It's just a puppet. I don't want it at all. Just like the patriarch of the Sima family, I don't want it at all. Let the first branch do it. It's good like this. Whatever you want to do, you can do it. No one dares to go against you. And there's even someone to be your shield. Such a good thing. Where else can I find it? Your methods are too sinister." Qiu Zhijun frowned. Just when the entire Draco constellation was at a loss, Long Zhu received a large amount of insider news. Yin Yonglai was dead. Tu Qing was obstructed. As expected of senior brother, Sima Zhao's face revealed a bright and innocent smile. Since I feel threatened, I will definitely face this threat head-on. Danger must always be nipped in the bud. That is the best. If he dies, then everything will be over. Then he will be the target of everyone. Sima Xiao nonchalantly picked up a piece and sent it to his mouth. Long Zhu has taken over Ursa Major constellation. Whether or not he can defend it is hard to say. And if Tang Tian takes over Ursa Major constellation, then how many people will be jealous? Such a big piece of meat. Who wouldn't want to share? Chapter 438. They had witnessed the chaos of the mechanical army previously on the battlefield. The difference between a recruit and a veteran was the difference between life and death. No matter how well trained a recruit was on the battlefield, to be able to display half of their strength was already considered good. Before he finished, the right side of the horizon suddenly rose a bronze color. The trembling of the ground became even more intense. The rumbling sounds were like thunder rumbling in the clouds, rolling over. Long Zhu's face changed. He was too familiar with the sound. It was the sound of a heavy army advancing quickly. Everyone immediately retracted the smiles on their faces. But halfway there, he was stopped by someone. Long Zhu also laughed. He clapped his hands. "All right, I think the enemy's assault will take at least another 2 minutes to reach us." Being in the midst of it, Wang Yi felt that he was extremely small. He knew that Long Zhu was flaunting his martial strength, but he was still shocked and even believed it. Just as Long Zhu was thinking, suddenly the ground trembled. Long Zhu had long seen the change in Wang Ye's expression from the corner of his eyes. His heart was shocked, but when he realized that the 8 martial artists facing each other were not frightened at all, he was surprised. Ordinary martial artists, facing the sudden eruption of an army's imposing aura, were unable to handle it. There were many things to pay attention to when initiating an assault, for example, the morale to press forward, or the high-speed assault to be able to tear apart the enemy's formation. And the crux of all of these was distance. If the distance was too long, running for a long distance would consume too much of the physical strength and true power, and would cause the speed of the army to slow down. The morale would gradually drop, and the assault would lose its momentum. Long Zhu, who was high up, exclaimed. He turned and smiled at Wang Yi. "I never thought that the numbers would be just right." Long Zhu and Wang Yi looked at each other. Under Tang Tian, didn't he only have the Lupus army? Why would he have a heavy army? Be alert, we definitely cannot lose. Whoever dares to drop the ball at this time, when we return, everyone will take care of him. Wang Ye's heart trembled. The reputation of the Vibrating Mountain Army was not as prominent as the Grizzly Bear Army, but after personally witnessing it, he realized that the Vibrating Mountain Army's strength was astonishing. Long Zhu's face revealed a sinister smile. So what if it was a mechanical army? In front of his Vibrating Mountain Army, it was as weak as paper. He suddenly said to the martial artists beside him, "Stop advancing and give up the battlefield. Let everyone enjoy this fierce battle. Until now, Alan still did not know where their destination was. Under Master Bing's orders, they continued to advance, and advance. They did not encounter any enemies along the way, which was completely different from what everyone had expected. Where did this heavy army come from? One of Long Zhu's generals gestured vividly, and everyone burst out laughing. Many people muttered in their hearts. Everyone laughed even louder, and some people even had tears in their eyes. It was a mess. For this group of recruits, when they encountered an actual enemy, they would never be able to perform as they usually did in training. Long Zhu truly has some standards. This vibrating mountain army seems to be much stronger than I thought. The order was immediately passed down. All the mountains shaking, lizards lowered their bodies and raised their heads. The martial artists on their backs all had solemn expressions. Han Bingming stood with her sword in her hand without saying a word. She turned around and glanced at the light pillar in the distance before looking away. Everyone get ready. At least we did not come too late. Liang Qiu heaved a sigh of relief. His face had a trace of blood, but his expression was calm. Wang Yi only felt the ground beneath his feet trembling, the sky and earth spinning. He was shocked. His body almost flew out, and an orderly roar sounded out in his ears. After the initial shock, Long Zhu quickly calmed down. Seeing the chaos in the enemy's army, he could not help but laugh. So it's a group of amateurs. That power just now was truly terrifying. Alan did not think too much. To him, obeying orders was the most important. Everything in front of the torrent would be completely crushed. But in the eyes of Long Zhu and the rest, it made them unable to restrain their laughter. Yes, everyone answered loudly. Fight, fight, fight. The surrounding martial artists all relaxed and laughed out loud. Sima Xiangshan crossed his arms. Like a mist floating in the air, he gave off a sinister feeling. Seems like the clan union's strength is much stronger than I thought. They are obviously stupid to the point of not wanting their lives. Long Zhu's expression became solemn. Prepare to charge. The vibrating mountain army was Draco Constellation's strongest army. Every single one of them had rich battle experience. Seeing such a recruit army, it was like seeing a big joke, causing an uproar. Good. Long Zhu clapped his hands and laughed. For us to watch this battle, we will naturally liven things up. Li Gu, let the children give the brave warriors a boost. He flew out of the pavilion, his true power surging. He said sternly, General's orders, the entire army will be there to boost the morale. Steady, steady. The distance between both parties was quickly decreasing. The vibrating mountain lizard was frantically increasing its speed, and when both parties collided, the vibrating mountain lizard's speed would increase to its maximum. Yo, they are starting to charge at us. A military general seemed to have discovered a new continent and said excitedly. The four martial artists beside Wang Yi looked to be weak, but were actually relatively calm. Charge! The four of them met with the obstruction of two King Bear martial artists, and after spending a great deal of effort, they were able to obtain victory, and the four of them suffered different degrees of injuries. But I feel that we need to give them a good lesson and let them understand what is called a charge. Bing did not say a word. He rode on Sky Tiger and rushed to the front. Long Zhu's vibrating mountain army unexpectedly stopped, and four martial artists rushed out from the troops and flew towards the palace. Long Zhu's reaction was extremely fast and said solemnly, Everyone turn right. Stay alert. There is an army approaching. The enemy's military general. How amateurish are they? In that moment, the last bit of haze in everyone's heart dissipated. All of them rubbed their fists, waiting for the enemy to rush in front of them, and then they would give them a head-on blow. And the four people who suddenly rushed in were also very calm. Immediately, the surroundings became chaotic. The roars of the squad leaders immediately exploded out, filling the entire army. 500 vibrating mountain lizards rhythmically patted the ground, as though they were beating a drum. Interesting, who knows, it might really be a fierce battle. A swift and fierce-looking martial artist beside Wang Yi replied, "Yes." Or maybe it was a long-distance training. The huge vibrating mountain army actually did not make a single sound. So, when Long Zhu and the rest saw that the enemy was so far away, and yet they started to rush forward in a disorderly manner, that was why they laughed out loud. The troops behind them, after the initial chaos, started to become neat and tidy. After all, their daily training was extremely strict, and all of the students were picked out from 100, and their qualities were relatively outstanding. With the order, a loud bang sounded out. The hundreds of vibrating mountain lizards' feet exerted force at the same time, converging into a muffled sound, causing Wang Ye's chest to feel stuffy. The vibrating mountain lizards were extremely large, but their movements were extremely agile under the high-speed charge. The impact produced was incomparable, and the scene of hundreds of vibrating mountain lizards madly rushing at the same time was extremely shocking, like an unstoppable flood. With such a long distance, by the time the enemy rushed over, they would be exhausted and powerless, waiting to be slaughtered. Pay attention to your position. The roars mixed with the muffled sound of the ground trembling, causing Wang Yi to feel as though he was in a raging wave, and could not help but be overwhelmed with shock. His gaze swept across Long Zhu and the others. All of them had excited and ferocious expressions on their faces. Suddenly, the sentinel at the front shouted, "Prepare for battle. There are enemies ahead." Long Zhu could not help but smile. The enemy's charge was truly too amateurish. To any army, charging was one of the most important methods of battle, so the training of charging was usually part of their daily training. Relax, relax, don't be nervous, do as usual. Wang Yi laughed out loud. Great Dragon has such lofty sentiments. Seems like you have a card up your sleeve. This little brother will naturally accompany you. Wang Ye's mind involuntarily jumped out with the words, arrogant soldiers and valiant generals. Luan worked hard to control the true power in his body. The past few days of rushing through the night and day, everyone's physical strength was being depleted very quickly, but luckily everyone's daily training was not excessive, and very quickly everyone found their rhythm and became skillful and at ease. Luan quivered, the blood in his body rushing straight to his head. Were they going to fight? Bang, bang, bang. The enemy's military general is too powerful. Look, if we were to charge normally, this army is still in a mess. What do we do? Then let's lengthen the distance. All right, 2 li of charging distance. Let's go for 4 li. That's a little short. Then let's go for 6 li. After running for 4 li, we should be able to tidy up the army. Ha 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 ha, starting to charge from so far away. That's really stupid. Bing did not say a word. He acted as though he did not see the chaos in his own army and continued to advance. Ha 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 ha. Coming early is better than coming at the right time. The moment we arrived, there's a fight. That feels great. A Maori clenched his fists so hard that they made caw-caw sounds. He laughed. The clothes on his body were extremely tattered. Chapter 439. The surrounding military generals, upon seeing the disheveled and crazy general rushing at the front, their eyes immediately turned red. He immediately turned to look at the right side of the troops, where a silver army that was flickering with light seemed to have rushed out from the void. With classes as units under Bing's command, they continuously rushed out from the defensive line, like blades, continuously stabbing into the vibrating mountain army. The vibrating mountain army that had lost its general was slowly being cut up, separated, and dismembered. Furthermore, it was the best opportunity for them to fight. His unparalleled was to charge. When the vibrating mountain army was distracted by the lupus army, Bing suddenly gave the order to speed up. It was the first order he had given since the start of the battle. Charge! The speed of the Lupus army caused Long Zhu to be shocked, and it was obvious that the opponent was a well-trained army. Even when they were charging, their formation was still as neat as a ruler. Bing had been the chief instructor for so many years, and his understanding of the recruits far surpassed the other military generals. He was very clear: to throw the recruits into a cruel and intense battle was to seek death. If they were to clash head-on with the vibrating mountain army, even with Bing's command, they would still be defeated. Long Zhu's heart suddenly surged with a cold intent, although he did not know the opponent's assault tactic. But just from the formation of the army, it made him understand that the opponent was definitely strong. He continued to command the students and started to cut up the opponent's army. The extremely tight defensive formation was airtight. Bing's cold voice could be heard by the entire team. With a few flashes, he grabbed onto a few mechanical spirit weapons that were muddle-headed and threw them back to the team behind him. From the start, Bing did not bet on the group of students from the Sky Marshal Wolf Academy. To him, it was the best opportunity for him to fight. Furthermore, he had the trump card of the Lupus army equipped with the Andromeda battle gown. He had sufficient confidence. From start to finish, Bing was extremely calm. Often, a few mechanical spirit weapons would rush at the vibrating mountain lizard at the same time. These hot-blooded youths had even forgotten their usual martial techniques and only instinctively used brute force. Xiao Wu, defend! Long Zhu's heart was filled with despair. The vibrating mountain lizard's speed had already increased. Its astonishing body made it unstoppable when it charged, but this also meant that it had another weakness. Once it increased its speed, it was almost impossible to change directions. But at that moment, he could not care about anything else. The Lupus army had completely penetrated through the vibrating mountain army, and they had to completely turn around and increase their speed before they could begin their next assault. Such a thing that defied common sense was happening right before his eyes. And in many people's eyes, although they were ambushed, the Lupus army was not a heavy army. Although they had to pay with a portion of casualties, but with a sufficiently thick formation and the gigantic body of the vibrating mountain lizards, it was enough to slow down the enemy. And as long as the opponent's speed slowed down, even if they lost half of their men, they had the confidence to get rid of the weak Lupus army. A heart-shaking collision sound rang out. Both sides were like two powerful torrents that fiercely collided with each other. Both of them were similarly enormous and heavy. Kill! The dragon bamboo was unstoppable, forcefully piercing through 5 lines of defense before it was stopped. Tang Yi's eyes were like lightning, the light aura exploding out. He raised the Zanbato in his hand. The vibrating mountain army in front of him did not move him at all. To other people, the assault of the vibrating mountain army might be extremely impactful, but to Tang Yi, he did not even place it in his eyes. His assault was unparalleled under the heavens. Following closely behind were 30 smaller light spears, arranged in a fan shape, entering the chaotic, vibrating mountain army. All of the light spears were extremely sharp. Effortlessly piercing through the bodies of the vibrating mountain lizards, they continued to fly forward, piercing through 5 or 6 of them before disappearing. Even if it was a frontal assault, he was not afraid at all. Long Zhu and the vibrating mountain lizard beneath him suddenly lit up with a conical light barrier. The conical light barrier pointed forward like a battering ram. Long Zhu's hands and feet turned cold. The student facing Long Zhu, the moment the shield in his hand touched the light barrier, he knew that the force was not something he could endure. The moment he was struck flying, he jumped up with all his might. His underlings immediately reacted. That's right. As long as they rushed into the mechanical army, both parties would be mixed together. The enemy would be worried about their allies and would be unable to unleash the terrifying might of their assault. but the morale of both parties were on completely different levels. Only the master would have such boldness. Seeing Longzhu rushing left and right in the encirclement of Class 31, Bing's expression was calm. The counterattack of the enemy before death would only be more ferocious than before. Longzhu leapt up, jumping onto the head of his 8th-level vibrating mountain lizard, fiercely slapping it. Activating his true power, he bellowed, "Charge! Charge forward! Those who retreat will die." But he had already lost the advantage of speed and was trapped in the formation in imminent danger. What was worse was that the gap that he created was quickly filled up by Little Five. Longzhu's gaze landed on the silver-flickering strange battle robes, the Andromeda battle robes. That was the Andromeda battle robes. It must definitely be the effect of the Andromeda battle robes. Could it be the effect of the Andromeda battle robes was actually invisibility? Longzhu bellowed and took the lead. The martial artists behind him continuously released rays of light auras. Like raindrops, they entered Longzhu's body. Over 10 m tall gigantic bronze shields, on top of them crisscross sharp spikes. It was extremely terrifying, like a bronze wall with spikes. And beside them, there were half-squatting substitutes, ready to provide support at any time. And behind them, there was a 15 m long empty space, half-squatting with shields defending mechanical spirit weapons. Their mission was to deal with the enemies that were attempting to jump into the formation from the sky. Bing had racked his brains and made all sorts of arrangements just for the current situation. Very quickly, the vibrating mountain army was sliced into 10 pieces. They frantically rushed forward, wanting to rush out of the encirclement, but the enemy had too many people and their coordination was gradually becoming better. The vibrating mountain army felt that the rope binding them was getting tighter and tighter. Bang! After experiencing the long-distance charge, the mentality of this group of recruits had already gradually adjusted. This time, the acceleration was just barely passable. Bing knew the true test had just begun. The vibrating mountain army had not regained their senses from the sneak attack and did not place the rookie army in front of them in their eyes. As for the mechanical army that Bing was leading, they did not think too much, although the youths were not calm and experienced enough, but they were full of drive. Most importantly, they had an overwhelming advantage in numbers. Bang, bang, bang. So scary. Abandon your mounts. Kill. 3rd Class 1, attack. But at that moment, Longzhu had no path of retreat. If he waited for the Lupus army to turn around, then all of them would fall. Kill. Not good, there's an ambush. Longzhu's eyes twitched. His mechanical spirit weapon instantly flew into the air, and he relaxed. That's great. It did not affect the line of defense behind him. He knew that the opponent was strong, but he did not expect that the opponent's assault would be so ridiculously strong. The Lupus army did not have any intention to attack. Tang Yi's mission was actually just to attack. Could it be that Master, from the start, planned to use this army for the Sky Martial Wolf Academy's youths to train? Everyone's face changed. No matter how dangerous the situation was in the past, Master had never asked them to give up on the vibrating mountain lizard. They had interacted with the vibrating mountain lizard day and night, and had deep feelings for it. To ask them to abandon their mounts, many of them could not help but hesitate. The weight of the mechanical spirit weapons compared to the vibrating mountain lizard were not any lighter, so when they launched their assault, the impact was extremely shocking. Although it was the first time for this batch of students, but all of them were young and vigorous, and all of them released their full strength. Just at that moment, a strange, rumbling sound suddenly came out from another direction. Seeing the line of defense in front of him, Longzhu immediately understood. Every step was meticulously arranged by the opponent. The Lupus army roared in anger and waved their blades at the same time. Countless blade auras were like raindrops converging on Tang Yi's body. Long Zhu roared, his face contorted sinisterly, and no longer had the elegance he had before. He was like a wild beast on the brink of death, releasing its final roar. That also meant, in this short period of time, the entire mechanical army only had to face roughly 100 enemies. Bing's prestige among the students was extremely high, although the victory had caused everyone's blood to rush to their heads, but they gradually calmed down. Both parties clashed without any fanciful moves. Everyone frantically urged the vibrating mountain lizards to rush forward. They did not care about their comrades who were struggling and wailing on the ground, or the vibrating mountain lizards that were not dead yet. Under the trampling of the torrent, they were all turned into meat paste. To Long Zhu, it was his only chance. Heavy spear assault. It was not easy to find such a powerful military general to be his sparring partner. Risk it all. He was also in awe of the master's methods. So fast, the Lupus army that had pierced through the vibrating mountain army had already broken away from the enemy's formation and left behind a 50 m wide empty space in the enemy's formation. That also meant that the enemy's front and back were separated. At the start, when they chose the position to attack, Bing had requested for them to attack at a quarter of the enemy's formation. Once he started his assault, regardless of whether it was the vibrating mountain lizards or the other armies, in his eyes there was no difference. His words were like thunder, and the Zambato slashed down. Xiao Wu, who was long prepared, led a group of mechanical spirit weapons and rushed to the front and stood firmly. These mechanical spirit weapons were different from the other mechanical spirit weapons. They were equipped with specialized defensive mechanical spirit weapons. Xiao Wu's personality was extremely calm and collected. Even in the face of a landslide, he would not change his expression. And it was because of this personality that Bing allowed him to lead a specialized defensive team. After experiencing a short stalemate, the vibrating mountain lizards were sent flying one after another. The scene of the vibrating mountain lizards, huge bodies, being sent flying was extremely shocking. This was what the instructors had repeatedly told them during training. An outstanding shield defense soldier did not mean that he could block all attacks, but that he could always make the right choice. Long Zhu's face changed. The enemy's clumsy assault was simply a feint. The enemy's true killing move was the army that was lying in ambush at the side. Lupus army. Long Zhu suddenly realized the army that looked to be flickering with silver light was the Lupus army under Tang Tian's command. Without hesitation, Bing led the mechanical army and suddenly increased their speed. But they could not handle the numbers. The mechanical army crashed into the enemy's formation. How could I not realize it? Long Zhu's face revealed a look of despair. A gigantic light spear shot out from Tang Tian's hand, like a red-hot metal skewer. It sliced through the thick layer of oil. The mountain-shaking lizards, which were as large as a mountain, were easily split into two. In that moment of hesitation, the Lupus army rushed to within 50 m of the vibrating mountain army. Long Zhu completely did not expect the scene in front of him. He felt as though he had fallen into an ice cellar. His entire body was filled with a bone-chilling cold intent. If everything was planned, then the enemy's commander, how terrifying would he be? Bing did not make a move, but ordered a squad to go up and fight. The commander that was trapped in the formation was like a wild beast in a net. No matter how they struggled, they could not escape. Long Zhu suddenly bellowed, "Rush, rush into the mechanical army." That was their true assault, vibrating mountain charge. The vibrating mountain lizards that were sent flying smashed into the formation behind. And it was another mess. The army was in a mess. The vibrating mountain army had experienced many battles, but none of them were as desperate and strange as the one today. In front of them was a mess. Long Zhu raised his head, his eyes filled with shock. When did the enemy start to increase their speed? But at that moment, he already had no path of retreat. other than rushing forward. He had no other choice. A light army actually effortlessly pierced through a heavy army. Chapter 440. Seems like this master of yours is usually not loved and respected by you guys. Sima Xiangshan said faintly, "Kacha." Wang Yi let out a pitiful wail, like a pig being butchered, his entire face distorted. The 4 bodyguards, and a Maori, and the other 3 were in a standoff, but both sides were attracted by the sudden battle and forgot to fight. At that moment, the 4 bodyguards heard Wang Ye's cry for help and immediately reacted. Without saying a word, they abandoned a Maori and the other 3 and ran towards Wang Yi. Suddenly, an intense energy undulation came out from the palace. How to shorten the recruit period, how to promote the potential and talented basic officers, etc. All these problems he had spent countless of his blood and sweat in the past. In the midst of the chaos, the vibrating mountain army was slowly being cut up, dismembered into small pieces. Save me. Bing was already too lazy to look at the battlefield. He had already skipped over the battle and was thinking about the next few steps. A clear and crisp sound came out. A palm blocked Han Bingning's sword tip. Hearing that, Wang Yi, who was in extreme pain, could not take it anymore and immediately fainted. All right, Draco Constellation's army can only be like this. Han Bingning then saw the enemy clearly. It was actually a spirit general. Just that this spirit general was different from all the other spirit generals she had seen before, because it did not look like a human, but more like a mythical evil spirit. Its body was as thin as a match, its head was huge, its face was ugly, its arms were extremely long, almost touching the ground. Its 10 fingers were like bird claws, its nails were sharp and were jet black. The other 3 bodyguards also summoned their own spirit generals. Ling Su, who was on the roof, had his eyes explode, his face full of shock. What is that? How can there be such an ugly spirit general? Out of the 4, Han Bingning's light body technique was second only to Sima Xiangshan. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed behind the enemy, his cold sword unsheathed. Sima Xiangshan grabbed onto Wang Ye's neck and said faintly, "The battlefield is such a chaotic place. Don't run around." Crane's fingers that were holding onto the sword had turned white. He lowered his head and muttered to himself, his tone gloomy. Ling Su was also shocked. The last time Bing displayed was a military general's superb control aura techniques. But today, Bing did not even make a move and only commanded and dispatched orderly. It was like a brilliant chess player who didn't make any moves that showed off his abilities. Every move he made was very subtle, but after a few dozen moves, people would suddenly realize that he had already won. Bing was very calm. Such a victory, to him, was very normal. He was more concerned about the performance of the students. There were many reasons why he was transferred to the recruit camp. He was easy to talk to, he was young, etc. But the most important reason was that he was good at training soldiers. Ha 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 ha. Well said. Sima Xiangshan is indeed treacherous. Ling Su's eyes lit up. Crane was expressionless. In their eyes, it is the same. They are even worse than before, these spirit generals. No, they can no longer be called spirit generals. They are the result of many spirit generals forcefully fusing together. That is why they are so deformed. Why do they become spirit generals? It is because their hearts are too unresigned, because their lives are too short, and they have unfulfilled wishes. Every spirit general is the martial artist's most persistent and most cherished wish. Even in death, they do not want to give up. Such a persistent belief should be respected and not be used, trampled on. Sima Xiangshan alone was able to easily settle the battle, causing Liang Qiu, who was an honest person, to be completely dumbstruck. But it was a pity the vibrating mountain army's counterattack was not as violent as he had imagined, and Bing was slightly regretful. If the vibrating mountain army's counterattack was more ferocious, the baptism of the recruits would be more effective, and many problems would be exposed more thoroughly. When the four of them heard Sima Xiangshan's words, their faces all changed. Forget about the 9 fingers, just the one that was broken was enough to make the master hate them to the core. It was fine if the master died here, but if the master were to return alive, then their future days would definitely be very tragic. You say, if I break 9 of your respected masters, 10 of his fingers, and then return him to you, what are you going to do? You will definitely find a place where there is no one to kill him. Sigh, fighting and killing, it really makes things difficult. Suddenly a palm patted his shoulder, causing Crane to raise his head. Bang! The battle shocked everyone. After the completion of the division, he did not say a word, other than the fatal mistakes made by the students. He did not even see the small mistakes. He was observing in the dark, observing the students who performed outstandingly. Little Crane, don't be sad. This kind of trash, all of them will be killed with one spear. People who do not even let off the dead, then let them be dead. Don't worry, we will help you. What made the two of them feel even more inconceivable was that Uncle Bing actually treated it as a training ground. Draco Constellation only had 1 saint and 4 divine dragon martial artists. With such strength, could they handle it? The more advantageous factor was the morale. The rookies' morale was high. Along the way, after digesting the gains from the battle, their strength would increase. But the Lupus Army's Andromeda battle gown, under the eyes of a saint, it would be difficult to display its usefulness. Sima Xiangshan had a stomach full of bad ideas. Long ago, when Wang Yi was running frantically, he had already noticed it. When Wang Yi opened his mouth to call for help, he was the first to move. His light body technique was originally exceptional and quietly appeared beside Wang Yi. At this time, the 4 bodyguards had just moved. What was the strategic significance of taking down Draco Constellation? And what kind of reactions would it cause? Hearing that, Ling Su's hair all stood. He opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, This is too perverse. Spirit generals are truly different from poisonous insects. Bing was very satisfied with the battle. He did not expect the vibrating mountain army to appear. But just in case, he still brought Tang Yi's Lupus army to protect the completely new army. When they discovered the vibrating mountain army, Bing's spirit was roused, and he started to plan. Bing thought to himself. Crane's heart warmed. He calmed down. Seems like the vibrating mountain army entering Ursa Major constellation this time should be the doing of the clan union in the dark. Seems like the clan union also wants to fish in troubled waters and are restless. But since they met us, then they deserve to be unlucky. In the entire process, other than the Lupus Army's assault, it gave people a dazzling and sharp feeling. The battle after that was not beautiful at all, to the point that the mechanical army led by Bing was clumsy, continuously making all sorts of mistakes. For example, the change in tactics. For example, the outflanking was not in place, etc., causing the entire battle to look extremely chaotic. And as a military general, they liked to think about the next step in advance. Bing was considering if they should take the chance to kill their way into Draco Constellation. Draco Constellation's army was practically gone, and what was left was roughly the Saints. The 4 of them were in a dilemma and did not know what to do. Wang Yi was completely scared silly. His face was as white as paper. His mouth was but no sound came out. Spirit generals were formed from martial artists, martial spirits, after they died, and thus they would retain the appearance of the living. All spirit generals were like that, and no one had ever heard of such a deformed and ugly spirit general in front of them. Using battle as a substitute for training, this was the method that he had fumbled out in the past. The intensity of the battle at that time was unimaginable today. Although the Southern Cross Army had complete reserves, but they still faced the problem of lacking in manpower. Ding! The other three spirit generals, although they had different appearances, but they were deformed and ugly and were all the same. In a short period of time, he had completed the entire battle plan. Such a terrifying military general. Crane sucked in a breath of cold air and could not help but praise. So Uncle Bing is actually so powerful. Sima Xiangshan did not care and said to the four of them, "Surrender for the sake of your master's life." By controlling the four of them, the entire battle was more or less over. Ling Su's killing intent soared. In truth, he did not want to expose the Sky Marshal Wolf Academy and the Mechanical Army so early, but to reach his requirements with conventional methods required a very long time. And time, to them, was the most important thing. Wang Ye's four bodyguards shouted with all their might. His heart was filled with fear. He was just a strategist to let him move his mouth, to come up with some schemes and schemes. It was not a problem with his weak strength in the chaotic battlefield to be able to survive until now was a miracle. Han Bingning's heart trembled. It was her first time seeing such a deformed spirit general. Crane squinted his eyes and said coldly, "Clan Union. I never thought that they would actually become more and more severe." "Wanna run?" A Maori stared and rushed towards the four of them. A strange true power flowed along the sword tip and entered Han Bingning's meridians. Han Bingning snorted, releasing his true power. At the same time, an even more ferocious true power rushed over. There wasn't much that made people's eyes light up. In fact, it was somewhat ordinary. However, when the battlefield was divided into small pieces, people suddenly realized something. Clan Union? Ling Su was at a loss. Yes. Crane stared coldly at the four spirit generals in the field and said indifferently, "Clan Union is a new powerhouse. They are formed by a group of small powerhouses. They have researched a very forbidden technique, and that is the devouring and merging of spirit generals. It is like raising poisonous insects to obtain stronger poisonous insects. They will place different kinds of poisonous insects together and let them fight and kill each other, devour each other, and finally nurture the strongest poisonous insect. Clan Union spirit generals are like that." Sima Xiangshan's movements were gentle as he broke one of Wang Ye's fingers. The figures suddenly split apart. Fighting was the best touchstone. The figure beside him flashed past. It was Han Bingning. How much confidence does he need? Wang Yi had already jumped down from the back of the vibrating mountain lizard when the situation was bad. At that time, Long Zhu and the rest did not have the time to care about him. And his luck was good. In such a chaotic situation, he was actually able to escape. But the battle had scared everyone silly, especially Wang Yi. Even Crane and Ling Su, who were standing on the roof of the palace, the two of them looked at the crisscrossing battlefield, saw the Lupus army that appeared out of nowhere, saw Long Zhu's dying counterattack, and saw how Bing easily cut and dismembered the vibrating mountain army. The four bodyguards' faces were ashen. "We surrender." Chapter 441. Crane quietly jumped far away, afraid of disturbing Ling Su. However, awakening the Big Dipper, Bing was also shocked. It did not make sense. Crazy Tang did not even have half a star coin relationship with Big Dipper. How could he awaken Big Dipper? Could it be the desolate bare bone? Crane's face revealed a look of disbelief. This is Ursa Major Constellation's new recognition of a saint treasure. Crazy Tang succeeded. In the past, the 18 stars that formed Ursa Major Constellation looked like a big bear squatting down, but currently the positions of the few stars that formed the head of the bear had shifted upwards, and looking at it, it looked like the big bear was standing up, especially when Crazy Tang obtained the recognition of Ursa Major Constellation. "I'm really sorry." The pain of the silver transformation seemed to have disappeared at this moment. He quietly listened to the singing, as if he was listening to a group of proud veterans narrating their glorious military exploits. They once had another name, a name that had been forgotten for too long, Big Dipper. The current Heavens Road was completely different from when he was at that time. Ursa Major constellation could only be ranked third in Heaven's Road, and when he first saw it, he was extremely surprised, because in his era, the Ursa Major constellation had always been one of the traditional tyrants, and even the Southern Cross Army feared them. But now it had fallen to the third tier. How could he not sigh? Although your beliefs, your ideals, are different from mine, I respect you and admire you, but I will not follow your path. Luckily, no one dared to go near him, because the desolate bare bone floating above Tang Tian's had released a fluctuation that only a saint treasure would have. Don't think that Ursa Major constellation was heavily injured. Their vitality was greatly affected, but Tang Tian, who held the saint treasure, was definitely not someone ordinary martial artists could provoke. The silver spear seemed to have heard Ling Su's thoughts. The song that entered his ears turned from a low to a resounding and impassioned voice. Ling Su felt as though he was in a battlefield. Countless silver figures rushed left and right. The silver spear flew, and the battle was intense. Not to fail. After being forced to stop burning, Yan Yonglie's martial spirit regained its consciousness. The silver spear is like snow. The clouds are pure and untainted. The sound of the sheep horn bell was not heard by the cool breeze. The sun shines, but no shadow. The spear is straight. The noble heart, guard my stars. Bing looked at Tang Tian, who had yet to open his eyes, his heart brimming with pride. Such a perfect situation. How could he lose? Ling Su knew that this was an illusion, but the illusion in front of him was so realistic. Every figure was so real. When Ling Su saw it clearly, he was stunned. It was as if he could hear the sound of hoofbeats, as if he could hear the melodious tinkling, as if he could hear the low singing of countless people. The voice was brimming with confidence. He could hear the deep pride in the deep voice. Between the desolate bare bone and Big Dipper, there was a faint connection. The rookie student group and Tang Yi's Lupus army directly turned and headed towards Draco constellation, madly rushing all the way. In ancient times, any martial technique that dared to use the name star was an incomparably powerful martial technique. For example, Aries constellation's Aries Spear of Stars was a top-grade inheritance. Maybe in other people's eyes, the Ursa Major constellation in Yan Yonglie's era was already relatively powerful, but they did not know how powerful Ursa Major constellation was in the past. Even the citizens of Ursa Major constellation had long forgotten the glory of the past. To them, it was too far away. With Ursa Major constellation, Draco constellation no longer had any meaning, and Bing immediately decided to give up on attacking Draco constellation. But although he did not plan to attack Draco constellation, Bing did not plan to let them go. This inheritance has landed in my hands, and I will carry it forward, a path that is different from yours, although it is stubborn, although it is crazy, but it is a path that belongs to me, Ling Su. The decline of Ursa Major constellation was directly related to the dimming of the Big Dipper, Ursa Major constellation's top-grade inheritance. Ursa Major star's umbrella was a martial technique developed from the Big Dipper, who knew that the Ursa Major star's umbrella would be lost so quickly and later evolved into the incomplete Big Dipper, who knew that even Big Dipper would be lost. Big Dipper was the true strength of Ursa Major constellation, and the awakened Big Dipper would quickly become even stronger. What made him even more excited was that he suspected that the true inheritance of Ursa Major constellation, Ursa Major star's umbrella, was sealed inside the desolate bare bone. Where are they going? Ling Su was surprised. Bing was not surprised that Tang Tian was able to sort out the star power of Ursa Major constellation and set up the saint treasure. Tang Tian's body contained close to a third of Ursa Major constellation's star power, and that was enough for him to fight against Yan Yongli. And he knew that the constellation's also had some sort of self-preservation instinct. Combustion was self-destruction. The constellations themselves did not have consciousness, but everything in the world had a natural resistance towards self-destruction. Any tyrant needed to have a tyrant's foundation, compared to Aries' constellation, although it had declined, but a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. For Ursa Major constellation to be able to dominate a region in the past, naturally it had its foundation, and that was the most dazzling 7 stars in the sky. The change in star power, the movement of the stars, all these rare phenomena caused everyone to be stunned. Silver frost mounts. Because I will definitely be stronger than all of you. Desolate bare bone. An unexpected joy. It was definitely an unexpected joy. Bing could not wait to pull Crazy Tang over and carefully study the golden bone. Ling Su could not help but hold onto the silver spear in his hand tightly. The movement of the entire constellation's star power, that vast and majestic scene, always made people feel small. Everyone pay attention. Our target is Draco constellation. Full speed ahead. Ursa Major constellation immediately became extremely alluring and delicious. Crane seemed to be deep in thought and revealed a harmless smile. Such a good opportunity. Uncle Bing will definitely not give it up. Speaking of which, in this period of time, I seem to have forced him too much. Losing the call of the top-grade martial artists, the Big Dipper 7 stars finally dimmed down and went into deep slumber. That was the root cause of Ursa Major constellation's decline. It better be a powerful one. Ling Su snorted. He sat cross-legged, placed the silver spear horizontally on his legs, and closed his eyes to rest. At that time, someone would quickly come out with their claws and teeth. There was no need to pay the price for losing a battle. Bing raised his head, his poker face cold, his gaze fixated on the 7 most dazzling stars of Ursa Major constellation. Tang Tian had activated the star power of the entire constellation. Such a scene had long caused the fighting intent in Ling Su's body to surge, and he could not wait to find someone to fight. Are you guys showing me? The heroic spirit in his chest was churning. He was unable to calm his heart down, so he did not bother about it. The sheep-horn wind bells seemed to have sensed the fighting intent in his body and rang out. The Silver Frostmount's war song involuntarily resonated in his heart. Aries' Spear of Stars, a completely different kind of Aries' Spear of Stars. He was definitely not the only one who knew about the Big Dipper. Anyone who had studied the history of the Ursa Major constellation would definitely be able to deduce that the Ursa Major constellation would quickly enter a period of rapid growth. A fully grown Ursa Major constellation would definitely have an extremely high energy concentration. Such a preposterous thing actually happened. Ursa Major constellation was going to be called Crazy Bear in the future. Crazy Bear martial artist. What a terrifying title. The Big Dipper. When this thought popped out, Bing's eyes immediately lit up. Bing became excited. I lost. I'm sorry. In the sky above, the dim Ursa Major constellation, a star on its back suddenly lit up with light aura. Following that, the neighboring stars lit up, and from the back to the tail, one after another, the stars lit up. 7 stars formed a bright spoon. Intense star power spewed out from the 7 stars. The spoon slowly spun, causing the Ursa Major constellation to undergo an astonishing change. The positions of the stars quietly changed. That was what a man should do. Although Angelina held onto the fairy hoop, but her own strength was limited, and the fairy hoop's power in her hands was not even 10%. But Tang Tian's own strength was tyrannical, and with the saint treasure in his hands, that was relatively terrifying. This is, for a constellation to change a saint treasure in the history of Heaven's Road, there were precedents. But for it to happen in front of him, Crane was still surprised. He closed his eyes and carefully felt the undulations in the air, and after a while he finally realized it truly was the desolate bare bone. I was not able to persevere until you guys won. You guys are definitely still fighting, right? If I die, you guys will have to live on in defeat. But I am not able to shoulder the defeat and humiliation with you guys. Crazy Tang's self-confidence was unparalleled. He was the #1 stalker. His potential was bottomless. Even when Yen Yonglai was alive, Bing did not think King Bear would win. And furthermore, he was currently in a state of martial spirit ignition. Ling Su was at a loss. He did not understand. Crane did not explain further. And smiled. We just have to protect Crazy Tang. But Bing quickly calmed down. As a commander, his strategic foresight far surpassed others. The Big Dipper 7 stars being awakened was naturally a good thing, but it would definitely cause a chain reaction. The light pillar disappeared, and in front of Tang Tian floated a fuzzy martial spirit. On its head floated a dim bear head crown. That was the previous saint treasure of Ursa Major constellation, King Bear Head. The light pillar that shot into the sky from the palace suddenly collapsed, converging into a dazzling gold light floating above Tang Tian's head. Only Crane and Ling Su, who were close to it, could clearly see the gold light was a golden bone. The surging and vast star power, with the desolate bare bone as the center, lingered without dispersing. The undulation that was different from the King Bear Head was transmitted to every corner of Ursa Major constellation. For some reason, Ling Su's agitated state of mind calmed down. Furthermore, even without the Ursa Major star's umbrella, Big Dipper was still relatively strong. A gust of wind blew past. The fuzzy martial spirit and the dim King Bear Head transformed into ashes, dissipating in the air without a trace. Crane noticed Ling Su's change, his face revealing a look of surprise, then a look of helplessness. As expected, all of them were unreliable fellows. To gain enlightenment while protecting, can you be more of a scapegoat for your teammates? When the constellation stopped changing, the congealed star power suddenly seemed to have thawed and became extremely lively. The energy in the air, compared to before, although it was much thinner, it was filled with vitality. But please believe me, no matter what, I will not disgrace it. Crane and Ling Su were alarmed by the movements of the army. Chapter 442. But Crane's state of mind finally relaxed. With Crazy Tang's current strength, with the saint treasure in his hand, it would not be easy for any saint to have any ideas on him. His state of mind relaxed. Fatigue surged towards him like a tide. He leaned on the wall and fell into a deep sleep. Liang Feng initially did not want to care about the matter. If there was only one army, he might still have a chance. But surprise and awe caused Liang Feng's attitude to quietly change. Liang Feng also laughed. That's true. If you have any requests, why don't you say it, and we can discuss it? But he did not have any intention to fight. As the only saint of Draco constellation, his position was extremely high. Even Dragon King Tianlong could not forcefully order him. If not for the fact that his relationship with Dragon King Tianlong was not bad, he would not even agree to it. When the 4 constellations merged into one, the effect produced was definitely terrifying. An indescribable undulation came out from the desolate bare bone in his hands, and Tang Tian felt that it was extremely familiar. Liang Feng was filled with curiosity towards the military general in front of him and towards Tang Tian. The godlike young lad, Tang Tian, was said to be only 17 to 18 years old and had a group of young geniuses by his side. All of them were young, but had astonishing talent. The sensitivity of a saint to the battle environment was something that ordinary martial artists could never imagine. The blue mechanical spirit weapon came out from the crowd. The position it stopped at, in Liang Feng's eyes, revealed a lot of information. Of course, there might be a genius military general with exceptional talent, but to Liang Feng, it was not a good thing. To make the army stop, such a reputation was good, and it was enough to prove that the opponent was afraid of his saint-level strength. But the agreement of defeat was not a good reputation, and he would not fall into it. Lupus army. The sudden rise of the army was seen as a cannon fodder by countless people, but they had won consecutive battles and were not to be underestimated. Liang Feng naturally would not look down on them, although he was not a military general, but his sensitivity to qi and qi was much stronger than ordinary military generals. This small army of a few hundred people, their qi was one and had very few flaws. On the other hand, the large mechanical army, although they had many people and could barely maintain their qi as one, but there were still many messy flaws. This bone, isn't it broken? Tang Tian did not have the slightest intention of stopping, riding on the momentum of his victory. He killed his way over. The astral energy in his body was still surging, but it was not as violent as before. It seemed to have been tamed. Yes, I think he will wake up soon. Crane replied. He raised his head to look at the Ursa Major constellation in the sky, which was gradually disappearing. The Ursa Major constellation's Big Dipper was still much brighter than the other stars. Liang Feng knew that the other party was demanding an exorbitant price, but he also understood that this was normal. 10 days. I will only give them 10 days. If they do not agree, then we can only go and get it ourselves. Bing's tone was as sincere as an old friend. This is completely because of Brother Liang's face. 15 days. We only need 15 days, and we can definitely occupy Draco Constellation. We can take this wealth for ourselves. I've always been good at plundering. As for Draco Constellation, we do not have much use for it. I can sell it. Draco Constellation is, after all, one of the 5 polar domains. I think it can be sold for a good price. Immortal Marshal, Leo Constellation, they should all be interested. That's 2 incomes, 1 in and 1 out. But the more he calculated, the more cautious and cold Liang Feng's heart became. He was surprised to find out that he still did not have enough confidence. His calculations were very vague, and victory or defeat was just a thin line. Traps were not absolute. Experts swallowing the bait and spitting out the hook, that was a common thing. And this sort of thing was extremely common to saints, because ordinary military leaders were unable to understand the strength of saints, and when they were setting up traps, it was easy to have weaknesses and loopholes. All these minute loopholes, to saints, were usually enough. Such a genius. Oh no, such a greedy idea. How did he think of it? If it was just the mechanical army, he had enough confidence, but with the addition of the Lupus army, the danger level of the battle would rise exponentially. As expected, in less than an hour, Draco Constellation sent a reply. They agreed to Bing's conditions, but they also raised a new condition. His gaze swept across the 2 armies in front of him countless times. The huge mechanical army did not make his gaze stop for long. But the Lupus army, which was much smaller in numbers, caused his pupils to constrict. Tang Tian, who was walking around, immediately lightened his footsteps. Seeing Crane in such a state, his heart warmed. To everyone, the battle was extremely difficult, but he suppressed the restlessness in his heart and calmed down. Only then did he realize, although the opponent seemed to have left the formation, but his qi did not leave the army behind him, but seemed to be separated, yet not separated. After Tang Tian came to this conclusion, he immediately smiled. Suddenly, his gaze swept across Ling Su, and could not help but exclaim, Ling Su is comprehending. And Tang Tian's side had set a deadline of 10 days, was to snatch the juiciest piece before the wolves pounced on them. If he took action himself, what were the chances of winning? From the opponent's tone, Liang Feng could tell the opponent did not seem to have the intention of swallowing Draco Constellation. As long as the opponent was willing to talk, then it was fine. 700 m away, just outside of his attack range. Liang Feng said calmly, his heart slightly regretting agreeing to the matter. As a saint, when had he ever lowered his voice to speak to others? Me. Tang Tian was startled by Crane's words, and only reacted after a while. Just at that moment, a golden bone floated in front of him, and Tang Tian subconsciously extended his hand to catch it. Liang Feng had decided that once the matter was settled, he would leave Draco Constellation. The opponent's blade was extremely ruthless, causing Draco Constellation's vitality to be greatly injured, losing the protection of the vibrating mountain army, and losing a lot of blood. Draco Constellation would immediately attract a group of greedy people. Is this guy really a military general? Since when did military generals become so shameless like businessmen? Big Dipper 7 stars. The Big Dipper 7 stars that have been sleeping for so long have been awakened. I am really looking forward to it. This matter, using such an excuse, is not good. A teasing voice came out from the blue mechanical spirit weapon. Liang Feng regained his senses after a moment and laughed. What did the benefits of Draco Constellation have to do with me? He had only come out to give Draco Constellation a chance to mediate. As for other matters, he did not plan to interfere. An exquisite blue mechanical spirit weapon flew out from the crowd and stopped about 700 m away from him. Trap! A new tyrant. Is he about to be born? Liang Feng looked at the two armies in front of him and sighed in his heart. The defeat of the vibrating mountain army had already spread back to Draco Constellation. The current Draco Constellation, from top to bottom, had sunk into unprecedented chaos and panic. The vibrating mountain army was Draco Constellation's strongest army. The other armies had terrible standards and were unable to be entrusted with heavy responsibilities. Liang Feng was familiar with the higher-ups of Draco Constellation. He knew that although the conditions seemed harsh, but Draco Constellation would most likely choose to accept them. All of them were cowards, without any unyielding spirit. Struggling at death's door to them was the most normal choice. Bing was not surprised by Liang Feng's attitude. As long as Liang Feng was not stupid, he would not send himself to death for Draco Constellation. Desolate bare bone. They hoped to obtain Tang Tian's protection. As long as they won, Ursa Major Constellation, Draco Constellation, Andromeda Constellation, Lupus Constellation, Ursa Major Constellation that was awakened by Big Dipper, Draco Constellation with a solid foundation, Andromeda Constellation with a flourishing business, and Lupus Constellation with a large population. Tang Tian calmed down. He was not injured. Everyone was fine. The light pillar was gone. Ursa Major Constellation had returned to normal. From the looks of it, it was obvious that he had won. Liang Feng's mind immediately surfaced. This word, using the main general as bait, was a common tactic used by armies to deal with high-level martial artists. But with the confidence of a saint, Liang Feng did not immediately retreat, his mind quickly calculating. The current Draco Constellation, without the protection of the vibrating mountain army, was like a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Tang Tian could no longer remember what exactly happened at that time. For the sake of assimilating the combusting star power, it was as though he was in a furnace and was in a muddle-headed state. Shrewd and ruthless, Longzhu secretly sent out his troops. The entire Draco Constellation is extremely shocked. I hope your side can believe that Draco Constellation does not have any ambitions towards Ursa Major Constellation. The vibrating mountain army's attack is completely Longzhu's personal actions. He suddenly realized a terrifying thing. If the alliance agreement could be formed, a misconception rose in his mind. As long as he put in a bit more strength, he could kill the opponent in one strike. To kill the main general of an army, this thought was extremely alluring. Even Liang Feng, in that moment, was moved. Draco Constellation. The opponent had an extremely clear and profound understanding of the strength of a saint. This seemingly normal deduction caused Liang Feng to be cautious. Before the conflict between Leo constellation and the Honorable Martial Alliance, the entire Heaven's Road had been peaceful for too long. The confrontation between an army and a saint had never been heard of for 10 years. The strength of a saint was in the realm, in the spirit domain. Without personally experiencing it, it was hard to grasp it clearly. Tang Tian opened his eyes in a daze. Looking around, he exclaimed out loud, with a face of confusion, "It's over." Liang Feng's heart trembled. Only the big powerhouses would give military generals such an opportunity to prevent them from being defeated when facing a saint. On account of Brother Liang's face, 300 billion star coins as compensation, 10 8th level vibrating mountain beasts, 2 gold star treasures, 10 unique spirit cards, 400 tons of dragon crystal spirit core ores. Oh, I refused to bargain. Crane, who was resting with his eyes closed, felt helpless, as expected of an unreliable fellow, but he still said warmly, "If you're done, then it's done." Liang Feng was stunned by Bing's words, "Occupy the constellation, and then sell it." Liang Feng was surprised. Seems like the higher-ups of Draco constellation were not all good for nothing to be able to think of such a method. Rather than being dismembered, why not take the initiative to join them? Liang Feng smiled. "I am indebted to your esteemed self for thinking highly of me. Liang Feng is extremely honored, but I am just a messenger. Your conditions have already been sent back to the palace. Please wait for a moment. I believe they will give a reply." Chapter 443. Xiao Zhijun had a look of helplessness. Even the alliance between Lupus constellation and Andromeda constellation did not attract much attention. Andromeda constellation's vitality was greatly damaged. Most of the star doors were lost, and there were internal and external troubles. Furthermore, Andromeda constellation belonged to the Northern Sky constellation, the 4th grade constellation. Andromeda constellation and Lupus constellation's alliance, in the eyes of the big shots of Heaven's Road, was just a small village in a remote and desolate ravine forming an alliance with a neighboring small town. It did not affect the big picture. The strategists from all sides were calculating the changes in the situation, but no one had expected the changes to be so shocking. If you were to go against the Lupus army, how confident are you? Sima Xiao looked at Rong seriously. "Milord," de Rong said in a low voice. Even though he was facing his milord, his expression was still grave and stern. In next to no time, the latest news caused everyone to feel that it was even more unbelievable. Resetting the sacred treasure, the awakening of the Big Dipper. All of this was like the stories in those legendary novels. So bizarre. The immortal Martial constellation was formed by the merging of 2 polar constellations, and because of its unique intelligence-gathering capabilities, it became a powerful force that could rival the 12 ecliptic palaces. An image lit up in front of him. When he took the report, his expression changed drastically. Rongda's gaze was firmly attracted by the image in front of him. Gradually, his expression turned grave. Sima Xiao was surprised. "Aren't you afraid of dying?" When Draco constellation's vibrating mountain army entered Ursa Major constellation, they met with Tang Tian's army and were completely wiped out. When the Lupus army surfaced, everyone finally understood that star treasures could actually be created by humans. As soon as the news came out, many people could not sit still anymore. Ursa Major constellation changed owners at lightning speed. Rongda had an ugly appearance. He was already 56 years old this year, and he'd lived a life of failure for a long time, causing him to grow rather old. The dense bitterness between his brows, coupled with the coldness emitted from his entire body, caused him to be unable to help but give others the impression of being stubborn, and arrogant. "Fight." Sima Xiao raised his head and said seriously, it was not that it had never happened before for a constellation to rejudge a saint treasure, but it was rather rare. Big Dipper's awakening shocked the strategists who were familiar with history. Rongda calmly said, "There's no difference. In any case, I've already sold my life to you. Hearing this name, Rhonda's cold face softened. She's much better. Her body is stronger than before. She hasn't fallen sick in the past 6 months. I haven't thanked you yet. The Lupus army that was equipped with the strongest Andromeda star treasures, the gigantic mechanical army, immediately became the hottest topic. The formation of star treasures could not be controlled, and that had always been the biggest shackle that hindered the development of the army. There was actually an army that was equipped with the same star treasure, a snake swallowing an elephant. Rhonda said coldly, I know, that's why I can't beat him. Sima Zhao's face revealed a look of surprise. Other famed generals all fight with numbers. How can you be so unambitious to open your mouth and say that you have the advantage in numbers? Hey, I am still an adult. Will you die if you give me some face? Sima Zhao said unhappily. According to common sense, any constellation that reappraised a saint treasure would have to enter a long recovery period. The abnormal phenomenon of Ursa Major constellation made everyone's gaze once again land on the mysterious Big Dipper. Yes, a look of fanaticism surfaced on Rhonda's face. Lupus army compared to our army is actually weaker, and the might of their assault had obviously far exceeded the standard of their army. The only possibility was that the other party's general was involved. Wushuang. It can only be Wushuang. In such a short period of time, the star power concentration had recovered to 12%. That meant that Ursa Major constellation had stabilized and was quickly recovering. The speed of recovery caused people to be dumbstruck. In a few days, it had suddenly soared from 7% to 12%, and the momentum of the increase did not show any signs of stopping. And Big Dipper was the spirit of the violent bear. Draco constellation had officially announced that they were joining Ursa Major constellation. Sima Zhao waved his hand. You don't have to thank me. I saved your daughter just so that you can work for me. No one owes anyone anything. I am a person who does not like to talk about favors. Everyone should talk about benefits. 500 against 500, we will definitely lose. Give me 1,000 men, and we will win 30%. 2,000 men, and we will win 50%. 5,000 men, and we will definitely win. Rhonda said, It is impossible for us to have 5,000 men. Sima Zhao waved his hand. If there truly was a new immortal martial powerhouse that rose up, it would affect the entire situation in Heaven's Road. Rhonda turned and left. This video is the complete process of the destruction of the vibrating mountain army. Qiu Zhijun said quietly, because it involves an army's battle, we feel that you are more professional, so we want to hear your thoughts. It might seem that the data was not strange, but when Ursa Major constellation changed masters, the energy concentration of Ursa Major constellation was only 7%. What about the other mechanical army? Qiu Zhijun asked. Rhonda nodded his head with a face of arrogance. That's true. Very strong. Rhonda subconsciously clenched his fists tightly, his expression sinister. After a while, he released his fists, his expression calmed down, and said, Stronger than us. I think so too. Sima Zhao seemed to have expected such an answer. His face did not have any dejection. He raised his eyebrows. Come, tell me about it. Rhonda looked at Sima Zhao in disdain. You don't understand. If I am not wrong, the other party's General Wushuang is most likely the vanguard, and his commanding ability is definitely not high. They are like a blade, sharp enough, but they only have so many people and do not have enough strength. To deal with such an opponent, we need to grind them down. Sima Zhao placed down the pastries in his hand. If I did not call for you, I would not even have seen your shadow. How is Xiao Yu? Wrong, straightforwardly replied. Good. Orion constellation was the traditional ally of Leo constellation, and its own strength in the 10 equatorial palace halls was the peak. And the other crucial point was Orion constellation's position. Rhonda did not ask why, but asked after thinking, "How many people do you want to give me?" As expected, very quickly, the well-informed powerhouses received the newest energy concentration of Ursa Major constellation, 12%. This number was not considered high, and in truth, compared to the previous Ursa Major constellation, it was slightly lower. In Unyielding Lie's era, Ursa Major constellation's energy concentration was around 15%. Compared to them, Ursa Major constellation was undoubtedly a colossus. It was a tyrant that had the qualifications to compete with the Equatorial Palace Hall's constellations. "How many people do you need?" Sima Xiao asked. The fairy weaving treasures became famous. "That's true." Sima Xiao tilted his head and scratched his chin. "But I am a person who values my personal wealth and cannot squander it." Energy concentration, also known as star power concentration, was the most crucial standard to judge a constellation's grade. But the real heavy bomb exploded 2 days later with a loud bang. Whoosh wong. The smile on Sima Zhao's face disappeared. The video quickly ended. Suddenly, his gaze was attracted by a messenger rushing over. He had a premonition that something big was about to happen. Ursa Major Constellation's alliance with the Honorable Martial Alliance to launch a sneak attack on Orion Constellation had attracted the attention of the entire Heaven's Road. And after that, Andromeda Constellation announced that they were joining Ursa Major Constellation. Sima Xiao, who was burying his head in his food, suddenly revealed a smile and raised the pastries in his hand. "Do you want some?" The glory and strength of Ursa Major Constellation in the past could only be found in historical records. Many of the historical records, when describing the strength of the ancient Ursa Major constellation, would often use the phrase "the violent bear that caused people to tremble." Before everyone could digest the shocking snake-swallowing elephant, the following battle report caused everyone to be speechless again. Only after a long time did he regain his senses. "Look at this video." Sima Xiao finished his last piece of pastries, patted the crumbs in his hand, and stood up. The various powerhouses in Heaven's Road were all dumbstruck by the series of explosions. These small powerhouses were like grains of sand in the Ganges River in Heaven's Road. There were countless of them and could not even be seen. Rhonda was not moved and said coldly, "This subordinate is busy with military affairs. If master does not have anything, this subordinate will take his leave." Rhonda acted as though he did not hear anything and was as cold as a statue. When Draco Constellation announced that they were joining Ursa Major Constellation, everyone could not help but think about Immortal Marshal. Xiao Yu was his daughter and had contracted a strange disease in the past and was in a critical situation. If not for Sima Xiao, he would have died. Truly unconvinced. Sima Xiao was filled with unwillingness. "Go back and pack up your army. Prepare to move out. The enemy's military leader is extremely strong." Rhonda had already calmed down and said, "The Lupus army's assault is most likely of the Wu Shuang grade." As the Leo constellation and Orion constellation had a close relationship, there were many star doors between them. Once Ursa Major Constellation took over Orion constellation, that meant that they could directly threaten the Leo constellation. It was easy to imagine that once they took over Orion constellation, the Honorable Martial Alliance would not hesitate to pay any price and forge it into a sharp blade at the back of Leo constellation. And the one benefiting from it was called Tang Tian. "Are we going to fight or not?" Rhonda was slightly impatient. Tang Tian was a name that everyone was familiar with. The Battle of Lupus Constellation had made everyone remember this young man who was still young and inexperienced. But Lupus Constellation's position in Heaven's Road was truly too low. Ecliptic palaces, equatorial palaces, polar grounds, northern sky, southern sky. Lupus Constellation belonged to the 5th tier constellation and was the lowest ranked constellation. Adding that Tang Tian did not obtain the saint treasure of Lupus constellation. To many people, Tang Tian's group was actually just a group of bandits with a bit of strength, and the gigantic mechanical army was similarly attracting people's attention. The mechanical army that had disappeared for a long time once again stepped onto the battlefield. The gigantic metal figures were finally no longer playthings, but had become metal fierce beasts on the battlefield. Rongda frowned and said unhappily, "How can such sweet food be eaten by a man?" Sima Xiao was not angry and laughed. "Rongda, you really do not know how to enjoy yourself." Rongda was startled and speechless. The scene from before was still flashing past his mind. He was like a puppet standing at his original position, not moving at all. Tang Tian, this little snake, actually swallowed Ursa Major constellation in one bite. Everyone simultaneously thought of another colossus, the immortal martial arts. Rongda muttered, "Proficient in training recruits, his level of planning is very high, and his rhythm is not bad. As for other things, I can't see much." Sima Xiao was startled for a moment, then shouted from behind, Hey, I never said we were going to fight Ursa Major constellation. Our goal is..." "How is it? Evaluate it." Sima Zhao's leisurely voice entered his ears. To the knowledgeable people of the various powerhouses, the Battle of Orion constellation could possibly be the turning point of the entire war. Could it be another immortal martial? How strong would Ursa Major constellation, that was lit up by Big Dipper, become? Chapter 444. The cold wind swept up a leaf, blowing past Adrian's body, causing him to be dumbstruck. The discussions outside were everywhere, but Tang Tian and the rest did not have the time to care. Everyone was extremely busy. When Huma Air and the rest received the order, their eyes immediately turned green, 13% star power concentration. And it was still rising. What was the star power concentration of Lupus constellation? 1%. "I do not know at the moment," Adrian said. "These alliance generals are not the strongest in the clan union." Looking at the vast and mighty group of people, Homa Air's nose suddenly turned sour, her eyes turning red. These people were extremely unhappy with Tang Tian's entry and displayed a rather repulsive attitude. They were even more proficient in handling ingredients, how to cook delicacies, how to concoct good wine. Their fighting strength on the battlefield was almost zero. They were the cheapest cannon fodder in Heaven's Road. Their dignity in death was only worth a few hundred star coins. Now that they were suddenly told that they could enter Ursa Major constellation to settle down, it was like being smashed by a huge pie. "Do you know what to do?" Black Wolf Great Clan elder said coldly. "We need to work hard and improve to set off the incompetence and laziness of those fools." Crane saw that when Adrian heard that, he stopped in his tracks and reminded him helplessly, "Didn't you ask him to go interrogate Wang Yi?" Adrian felt that he had seen much of the world and was a quick-witted old man, but he realized he could not keep up with Tang Tian's thoughts and rhythm. To mix in with Tang Tian's side and pretend to be a helper, to be captured as a captive. So be it now to ask him to interrogate a new captive. There was no one in front of him. Crane stood up and nodded his head to Adrian. "I have something to do. I will take my leave first." The various tribes were mobilizing for the last time. All the virtuous and respectable clan elders were all screaming at the top of their lungs, spitting saliva in front of their own clansmen. The martial artists of Ursa Major constellation Yen Yonglai's generation were all coming out in full force, and all the aristocratic families all threw themselves into Orion constellation. The remaining were mostly martial artists who did not have high fighting strength, although their realms were not low, but the martial techniques they trained in were not for fighting, but for production and living. The cultured and refined great clan elder of the Ice Wolf tribe said earnestly, "Such an opportunity in Lupus constellation has never happened before. Each and every one of you is the luckiest person alive. However, I hope that you will not forget your mission. Your performance in Ursa Major constellation is directly related to the future rise and fall of our tribe, directly related to Master Lupus King's impression of our lupus race. Tang Tian actually asked him to interrogate the captives. That's not how conspiracies are played, okay? If you want to subdue me, you should make friends with me. At the very least, you should say, untie me. I'm a captive. How can you be so righteous as to ask me to interrogate a captive? Adrian walked over expressionlessly. Adrian said expressionlessly, the leader of the operation against the Ursa Major constellation is called Sima Shao. Sima Shao was the youngest clan elder in the clan union. His way of doing things was strange and unpredictable and had a strong influence in the clan union. These spirit generals were called alliance generals. The union generals had appeared very early on, but the clan union was not focused enough until Sima Shao pushed them in the dark, and they finally researched on the method to continuously devour. The strength of the alliance generals rose greatly. Adrian looked at the prison cell in front of him with a complicated expression. His Majesty Lupus King was truly too powerful to take out such a fertile land, and did not forget about them who were in poverty. Crane was surprised. Don't tell me the clan union has ulterior motives towards Ursa Major constellation? Oh, I remember now. Tang Tian slapped his forehead and said happily, I feel that although he is not as smart as me, but he should be able to deal with Wang Yi. With that, he soared into the sky like a confident and unrestrained big black crane. He disappeared. Just what was in this guy's head? The elder with the bad temper from the Flame Wolf tribe roared, all of you better be tensed up. I will say the ugly words first. All of you going to Ursa Major constellation is not to enjoy life, but to suffer. All of you have to work even harder than here. No one knows if there will be another chance like this in the future. Whoever dares to drag us down, I will break their legs. For a constellation like Ursa Major constellation, the conditions to settle down were extremely harsh, other than the local martial artists. If other martial artists wanted to stay, they would have to pay a high amount of the so-called star power usage fee every month. This fee to the poor lupus martial artists was definitely an astronomical figure. In the dilapidated palace of Ursa Major constellation, Tang Tian and a few others were studying the spirit generals of the clan union. Seeing Ling Su alone, facing 4 spirit generals, it was an explosive scene. The sinister and cunning great clan elder of the Black Wolf tribe said without batting an eyelid, Ursa Major constellation is a group of idiots. They truly have no limits. At this time, they still dare to show their face to the master. This is our chance. Don't tell me they already have a new target. Crane was moved. The kind-hearted Crane took the initiative. I wonder what did Mr. Hunter gain? It's my turn to try. Tang Tian was eager to try. Suddenly, the horn sound on Crane's wrist trembled slightly. Horn sound was formed from many triangles and was a common star treasure of Triangulum constellation, used for long-distance communication. Her face blossomed into a sincere smile. Suddenly she thought about the first time she met the young man, and the rest, thinking about the fate of the lupus people, to be changed by that one encounter. She was truly fortunate. What chance? Clan elder. Someone shouted from below. A grand and spectacular lupus constellation great martial competition was about to begin. What is he doing here? Tang Tian was surprised. Without saying a word, Tang Tian agreed. Of course, he naturally threw the matter to Crane. Interesting. Tang Tian looked as though he had seen something fun. His eyes lit up. His fighting strength is very strong. Completely unlike the other spirit generals, he is very agile and full of killing intent. The star power concentration of Ursa Major constellation had already risen to 13%. Such a concentration, although Ursa Major constellation was heavily injured, it was still full of vitality. Crane immediately passed down the order to Hwoma Air. Considering Ursa Major Constellation's ability to endure, he gave her a quota of 1 million. Fighting was always a specialized skill that required long periods of training to be able to comprehend. He looked up into the sky, lost in thought. After a long while, he lowered his head and quietly walked towards the prison. No one cared about him. Yes, in terms of fighting strength, they are extremely strong. They have an instinctive reaction to fighting and are extremely vicious. Crane's face did not conceal the disgust. No one came to bring him to the prison. No one had any reaction to his interrogation. No one told him if he was going to live or die. No one told him what to do next. The faces in front of him were brimming with hope and yearning for the future. The light aura in their eyes was called hope. Hwoma Air did not expect such a situation. After that, someone called for a martial competition, and the quota would be decided according to the results. Adrian said expressionlessly, "That does not seem to be the case. The orders that Wang Yi received had a lot of content that is directed at you. For example, to gather information on you and observe the strength of your armies. Wang Yi's other mission is to infiltrate Draco Constellation. But from the looks of it, they do not have any plans to take over Draco Constellation, including Ursa Major Constellation. This is very strange. Until now, the clan union is formed by a few small families, and their living environment is not good. A higher level constellation, to them, means a lot. For many years, Lupus Constellation had always been the poorest and most barren place in Heaven's Road. The martial artists here lived a life where they could not even fill their stomachs, and their lives were extremely short. Their faces were forever cruel and cold. They were a group of hungry wolves. Not only did they have to fight with the heavens and earth, they had to fight with their own kind. Woo. The young men were extremely excited. "Mr. Hunter is here." Crane saw a figure walking over and reminded Tang Tian. Tang Tian, who could not hold it in any longer, howled, rushed into the field, and snatched 2 alliance generals from Ling Su's hands and started to fight. The huge group was like a torrent, heading towards the direction of hope, rumbling forward. "We have the chance to kick them out." The Black Wolf Great Wolf chuckled and said, "Think about it. Those fools were watching coldly from the sidelines while you guys performed very well. You were very hardworking and not afraid of death." When the Wolf King saw this, he thought, the Jackal tribe is still the most reliable. And then His Majesty Wolf King thought about it. With such a small number of people, it is not enough. At that time, your brothers and sisters will have the chance. Hwoma Air and the rest moved. He had to prepare to settle down so many people. It was a complicated matter. In the entire Lupus constellation, all the big and small tribes gathered at Hwoma Air's side. The group of old fellows were all excited, spittle flying everywhere and quarreling incessantly. Crane quickly realized he had no one to use. "Crane, let's go." 13% star power concentration. That was like bathing in the star power. Such a place was something they did not even dare to dream of. Even martial artists like Hwoma Air, who had gone out to explore before, could not help but be excited. He noticed that Adrian's footsteps were sluggish, and his heart immediately sympathized with him. Adrian completely did not know how to describe his own feelings. Lupus constellation was all boiling. After an hour, he came out of the prison cell. Many people's eyes lit up. The Lupus race's families were usually big, who did not have brothers and sisters. And recently, the Fairy Commerce Alliance had been transporting food into Lupus constellation, causing the prices to drop by a lot, and everyone's lives had improved. The Lupus race's strong reproduction ability immediately manifested, and many people had younger brothers and sisters in the past 2 years. Crane's deadline was very short, and Hwoma Air was extremely busy, but her face was always brimming with smiles. When the curtains of the competition came down, The candidates were finally decided. 13% energy concentration. That was something that Lupus Constellation did not even dare to think about, and the Lupus martial artists had to break their heads to get it. It was as if he was forgotten. Facing such a situation, Crane suggested to Tang Tian to move the martial artists from Lupus Constellation over. Tang Tian thought about it. The martial artists of Ursa Major Constellation did not like him. If they did not like him, then they did not like him. No one else? Did Lupus Constellation still lack people? Chapter 445. Crane had yet to return. Bing was stationed at Draco Constellation. Even Homa Air was at Lupus Constellation. Tang Tian was stunned to realize that there was no one around him. Oh, there was one more. Tang Tian felt as though his head was about to explode. All of his subordinates were looking at him. All of them were the first batch of Lupus martial artists to arrive, and they all took up the responsibility of managing Tang Tian. Quickly invite him in. Tang Tian smiled. All of his worries were temporarily thrown to the side. What kind of expectations did it place on Tang Tian? He was familiar with history, and every time a chaotic era came, the saint level would always surge. The envoy from Aquila Constellation has sent over an invitation. He felt that it was inconceivable. He had never heard of any saint treasure that would help its owner so much. Tang Tian, but Xiao Juzi said anxiously, I knew hand towel would be a happy hand towel. Tang Tian cut Long Shou Jing without hesitation and turned to face the surrounding Lupus martial artists. Hey, if you have any questions, ask him. 27%. Of course, that was not what truly surprised him. With his saint-level strength, even the 12 ecliptic palaces would treat him as a guest. Just that, to him now, raising the concentration of star power did not have any substantial help. Any new powerhouse would always have a stronger thirst for talent than those stable powerhouses. Hidden in his sleeves was a silver plate the size of a coin. In the next moment, he lowered his head to take a look, a light aura flashing past his eyes. Such a tyrant. How could he be neglected? Oh, I have to think of a way to plunder more. In the end, all of the responsibilities landed on the fourth-ranked Prince Shou Jing. 300 billion star coins, 10 8th level vibrating mountain beasts, 2 gold rank treasures, 10 unique spirit cards, 400 tons of dragon crystal spirit core ores. Furthermore, he was not alone. He had his own family, his own disciples. The godlike young lad's name was currently like the sun in the sky. Tang Tian had too many miracles on him. He was like a mystery formed from miracles. Tang Tian had become the center of Ursa Major Constellation's star power. Long Shou Jing was also secretly sizing up Tang Tian. What if we join the Honorable Martial Alliance? The girl asked, unwilling to give up. The absent-minded Long Shou Jing subconsciously said, there are people who are hoarding and profiteering. We need to frighten them and gradually build a perfect market. Tang Tian's fleeing figure could clearly be seen at the entrance of the hall. It was not his first time coming to the Ursa Major Constellation Palace. The palace in front of him was much more dilapidated than the last time, but it did not have any signs of decadence. Liang Feng decided to travel with Long Shou Jing. Long Shou Jing's performance these few days also made him secretly nod in his heart. The illusion he had when he stepped into the palace was not an illusion. Tycoon, Ursa Major Palace. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his body shuddered. At this moment, he suddenly heard Tang Tian's smiling voice. Master, a large number of unknown people have appeared around the Stargate. Desolate bare bone. What's the concentration of the star power? Long Shou Jing asked without turning his head. Ling Su, do you have any ideas? Tang Tian asked with anticipation. Draco Constellation, Long Shou Jing greets your majesty. He was an indifferent person and did not like to fight for power, but towards his own talent, he was rather conceited. But when he saw the young Tang Tian in front of him, he could not help but become absent-minded. She said hatefully, "Humph, your majesty, and the rest are too useless to actually retreat at such a time. Luckily, we have Brother Shou Jing." The entire Ursa Major constellation's star power surged into Tang Tian's body, and then surged out from his body, dispersing into the heaven and earth. The star power in the air was lively and brimming with life. Because it was the imperial city, the concentration of star power was much higher than other places. Long Shou Jing shook his head, looking at the distant Ursa Major palace, his expression faintly sad. "No more. The vibrating mountain army is defeated, and we have lost our last chance." The concentration of star power in the palace had actually reached an astonishing 27%. He straightened his body and took the lead to walk in front. Let us go meet the legendary godlike young man." Ling Su turned his head, his face determined. "It's very simple. Draco constellation." What popped out in Tang Tian's mind was Bing's list. "You can call me Tang Tian." Tang Tian did not like being addressed as Your Majesty, and sized Long Shou Jing up and down. "No wonder it's called a handkerchief. It looks like it will fly away when the wind blows." This handkerchief's aura, it's similar to Little Crane." "Oh, people who look like this seem to be more intelligent." Immortal Martial Envoy requests to pay a visit to Master. As expected, "I am still smarter than Ling Su," Tang Tian silently cried in his heart. A young lady dressed in green beside him could not help but ask, "Brother Shou Jing, do we really not have a chance?" Long Shou Jing looked at the palace in the distance and stopped in his tracks. The guards by Long Shou Jing's side all revealed looks of indignation. Draco constellation had met with an unprecedented danger, and everyone was helpless. Prince Shou Jing took the initiative to think of a solution, but no one expected that Draco King would push the boat with the current, and actually took the initiative to give up the throne. And the other three successors were even worse. One escaped in the middle of the night, and the other two pretended to be sick. Tang Tian was dumbstruck. This godlike young man would never do such things. Long Shou Jing sighed lightly. His face was pale white, his expression gloomy, his body somewhat frail, as though he would be blown away by the wind. Long Shou Jing was not the only one who was shocked. Liang Feng, who was traveling with him, looked at Tang Tian as though he was looking at a ghost. As a saint, Liang Feng's position in Draco constellation was extremely high. Countless young geniuses would break their heads to enter his sword garden. He had seen countless geniuses, but none of them could be compared to the abnormal person in front of him. Long Shou Jing's first reaction was so young. To be able to be called a young man, he was definitely not old, but personally seeing that Tang Tian was only 17 to 18, like an ordinary student, the shock in his heart could be imagined. "Master, Draco Constellation's diplomatic group seeks an audience." Liang Feng looked at Long Shou Jing with interest. Initially, he did not have anything to do, but the thoughts from that day lingered in his mind. The four constellations merging into one, Ursa Major constellation had the qualifications to become a tyrant, and Liang Feng could not help but secretly think, after interacting with Bing and observing the two armies from a close distance, his heart became even more certain. He thought that the huge numbers of mechanical armies under Bing's tutelage were continuously improving. Tang Tian was overjoyed. "What do I do? What do I do?" Tang Tian's smile blossomed like a flower and said, "Han Tao, how about helping me with something?" In times of danger, one could only see how a person was. There was nothing better than war to sharpen a martial artist, and nothing better than war to allow a martial artist to grow faster. War would allow martial artists to become stronger and stronger, and would also allow armies to become bigger and bigger. No matter how conceited he was, he would definitely not be able to establish such a huge foundation at Tang Tian's age. Hearing the young lady's words, Long Shojing chuckled. He rubbed her head and said, "Xiao Juzi, don't be sad. We are actually not too bad now. Draco Constellation is not easy to be, but puppets are easy to be. Master, Ursa Major Constellation's food prices have skyrocketed, and many of the merchants have closed their shops." The eyes of the bodyguard beside him lit up with a misty light aura. A number lit up in his vision, and very quickly the light aura disappeared. He bowed and replied, "Your Highness, the star power concentration is 14%. This value had already reached the standard of the 10 equatorial palace halls. Hand towel, if the market price of food increases and many of the shops close, what do? Then we will lose even more, and it will be even more greedy." Long Shojing rubbed the young lady's head. He was a saint, his gaze was sharp and experienced, and in his eyes, it was a terrifying scene. On normal days, the first 3 successors were all outstanding and elegant and dazzling, but Prince Shojing did not have any sense of existence. If not for him taking the initiative to suggest joining Ursa Major Constellation, everyone would have forgotten that he was a successor. At that time, I was still in some corner of the academy. We have failed. Long Shojing looked at Xiao Juzi, his expression calm. There is always a price to pay for failure, and this price is already very light. After taking over the mess, Prince Shojing immediately calmed the hearts of the people and personally paid a visit to the commander of the enemy army and then traveled day and night towards Ursa Major Palace. Long Shojing, who was at a loss, was surrounded by the tide of martial artists. As expected of Smart Hand Towel, Ling Su, who was by the side, was like a cat that had sensed danger. He suddenly opened his eyes wide and moved his but far to the side. Every time Crazy Tang used such a tone to speak, someone would be unlucky. Long Shojing respectfully bowed. Any saint, upon seeing such a scene, would feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. The flow of the star power was not fast. On the contrary, it was extremely slow, and ordinary martial artists would not be able to sense it. But their numbers were too astonishing. Even though it was slowly flowing, the scene was still astonishing. They had witnessed Prince Shojing's hard work and were secretly in awe. In the 5 polar domains, a place with a concentration of 27% of the star power had never been seen before, and Liang Feng could acutely sense that the concentration was still increasing. Ling Su raised the silver spear in his hand with a look of certainty. "I will stab them all to death." He squatted down, smiled, and patted Xiao Juzi's shoulder. "And it is just returning to my previous life, being quiet and peaceful is good." With such a powerful military leader and 2 outstanding armies, Ursa Major Constellation's future was limitless. This judgment immediately made him take the initiative, although he was a saint, but he knew his own limits. The war would definitely not end in a short period of time, and would only become more intense, and in the end, the entire Heaven's Road would be embroiled in it. Although he was a saint, in such a chaotic world, his life was like grass. Tang Tian was extremely anxious, but at that moment, the young lady seemed to have felt Long Shojing's sorrow. She pouted her lips, her face sad. Long Shojing woke up, a bad premonition rising in his heart, but he could only bite the bullet. "Your Majesty, please speak. I'm afraid." Shojing's ability. The young lady was only 13 to 14 years old, lively and cute. Her face was like a rosy apple. She liked to childishly shake her face. Her apple face blossoming into a brilliant smile, her neat short hair fluttering in the air. Unless Ursa Major Constellation's destroyed inheritance was inside the desolate bare bone. After that, all sorts of matters, like 100 streams flowing back to the sea, came to Tang Tian. All of the bodyguards were the most elite martial artists of Draco Constellation, and Draco King and the other successors' unbearable performance made them feel humiliated. If not for the fact that they had long established their roots in Draco constellation, if not for Prince Shojing's performance, which made them feel a sense of comfort, they would have long left Draco constellation. Chapter 446. When the busy, lupus martial artists saw Crane, they immediately stood up and bowed. Ling Su glanced at them and spat out 2 words, "Apple." Crane walked along the ruins of the palace and very quickly found Tang Tian's figure. Crane was curious, but was not anxious. He understood Tang Tian well, although Crazy Tang was always crazy, but he was extremely stingy and would definitely not make life difficult for star coins. To be able to make such a decision with such a huge loss, there must be some other reason. Long Shojing's face had a smile. Seems like these people are not hard to get along with. He turned his face and looked towards the direction of Orion constellation, his heart shouting silently, "Ha ha, that's right. This godlike young lad has an earth-shattering plan." Tang Tian said happily. The progress of the bear egg plan had increased exponentially because the training area was an egg shape, so Tang Tian decided to call it the bear egg. Was he not afraid that he would play some tricks? Good person. Tang Tian's face was filled with disdain. Crane's face revealed a smile. "Greetings, Prince Shojing. Greetings, Miss Juzi. You assholes." Crane's eyes lit up, an indescribable aura suddenly released, causing the surrounding martial artists to sense it, and could not help but shiver. Tang Tian's face became even more pleased. "I want to build a very, very big egg and erect a very sturdy pillar inside. It needs to be very tall. After that, it will be filled with sturdy ropes. Every layer will be filled from the pillar all the way outside. In the future, everyone can sit on the ropes and meditate and train. Oh, I am also preparing to dig underground and use ropes. Ropes are good. They do not take up much space. Everyone just squeeze together and make full use of it." Crane was dumbstruck hearing that. In his mind, a gigantic pillar that pierced through the clouds appeared, with countless of densely packed thick ropes hanging down, like a spider web extending 14 li outwards. Every rope was like dried meat. Hanging from it. Oh no! Sitting on it were full of martial artists. What is Crazy Tang doing? Crane muttered in his mind. Ursa Major Palace was built using Yen Yonglai's blood and sweat. It was grand and majestic, and was a spectacular sight. The capital city had gone through many generations to reach its current scale. Tang Tian actually wanted to tear it down. Tang Tian turned around in surprise. "Do you think it looks like an apple or an orange?" That scene was too terrifying. Handkerchief. Crane's heart had a sense of empathy. As expected, honest people will always be bullied. Sure enough, Tang Tian gave a ha, and a proud expression appeared on his face again. "Hand towel, come and tell little Crane." Currently, the star power concentration in the center of the bear egg had already reached 31%. This terrifying value was already extremely close to the star power concentration of Sexton's constellation of the 10 equatorial palace halls. Sexton's constellation's foundation was its 33% star power concentration, and it was because of its high star power concentration that it became one of the most famous training constellations in Heaven's Road. On the day the bear egg was completed, everyone was still shocked by this building that they had built with their own hands. It was as if they were inside a huge egg with a thick and solid bronze pillar standing in the middle of the egg. The densely packed ropes were like spider webs that spread out in all directions, entering the inner walls of the egg. Every rope had an entrance and exit, and martial artists only needed to step on the ropes and use light body techniques to move forward. Every rope had different lengths. The longest was 14 li, which was 7,000 meters. The shortest was 6 li, which was 3,000 meters. And on the ropes, every person had a space of 1.5 m. That also meant the longest rope could hold 4,000 martial artists. The shortest could also hold 1,500 martial artists. What are you guys doing? Crane's face was filled with surprise. Crane's footsteps stopped. He resisted the urge to stab Tang Tian with his sword. He pretended to be nonchalant and walked slowly. Such a big formation. What's the reason? Martial artists that were like locusts, and Adrian was about to become the dean of the Million Lupus martial artists, the dean of the Bear Egg Martial Courtyard. Furthermore, Tang Tian had not swallowed Draco Constellation yet. If he swallowed Draco Constellation's Saint Treasure, then Ursa Major Constellation's strength would soar once again. Everyone who heard the name revealed an expression that could not bear to hear it. The Lupus martial artists were cannon fodder, but 1,000,000 cannon fodder was enough to cause fear. The movement of 1,000,000 cannon fodder could not be hidden. From Lupus Constellation to Ursa Major Constellation, they had to pass through Andromeda Constellation. When the 1,000,000 Lupus martial artists formed a wolf tide and entered Andromeda Constellation, it caused a huge commotion and panic. Crane was curious. How do you plan to use them? The veins on Xiao Juzi's forehead twitched. She endured it. Xiao Juzi had to be sensible and not cause trouble for Big Brother Shou Jing. Really? Xiao Juzi raised her head. Her face was filled with anticipation, but also a little embarrassed. The young lady Juzi by his side also followed and bowed. Big Brother Prince Crane, I am Long Juzi. Crane listened quietly and did not interrupt. He could not understand Tang Tian's thoughts at all. Adrian had the name of a hunter. He had once personally brought an unknown academy to Orion Constellation's first academy and had the glorious history of it. But 1,000,000 students, the number of students he had in his entire teaching career, was not that many. Swoosh! Everyone's gaze landed on Crane. Andromeda Constellation, that was beyond recognition, had recovered to its original state in a night. Long Shou Jing could only open his mouth. This was Master Liang Feng's discovery. Master Liang Feng discovered the entire Ursa Major Constellation's star power is circulating around His Majesty. Just that. You guys need to hold on a little longer. Seeing Crane, Tang Tian's eyes lit up. He jumped up and waved his hands. Little Crane, the martial artists around Long Shou Jing became serious. The black-robed young man was the rumored Prince Crane. The rumors outside said that Crane had the possibility of controlling Sagittarius constellation. The Empress had never denied this rumor, and more importantly, the Empress had never appointed a successor for Sagittarius constellation, so the credibility of this rumor rose. Prince Crane, I am Long Shou Jing. Long Shou Jing bowed. I greet Prince Crane. Hypocrite. Ling Su spat out 2 words. Crane did not care about him. His gaze landed on Long Shou Jing, who had a sickly pale face, and asked in surprise, This is... Tang Tian scoffed. Of course we have to demolish it. The concentration of star power. Every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. We definitely cannot waste it. Those palaces are a hindrance. Furthermore, the assholes in the city went against me. They were playing tricks in the dark and were taken care of by hand towel. Such a good place. How can we let them have it so easily? I want them all to move out. How stupid was he to hand over 1,000,000 people to a captive? Crane brought 1,000,000 people, and in this 1,000,000 people there were no old, young, or weak. They were all the most robust martial artists and youths of Lupus Constellation. Crane nodded his head, but was puzzled. But there is no need to demolish the palace. Long Shou Jing continued. The high concentration of star power to saints or half-step saints does not have much meaning. Their true power is already close to the limit. But to middle and low-level martial artists, it can greatly shorten their training period. So His Majesty has decided to build a brand new training area here. Of course, Crane took out a small gift and consoled. This little crane is for Miss Juzi. Only such a beautiful little sister like Miss Juzi is worthy of it. When Crane rushed to Ursa Major Palace covered in dust, he was surprised. All the constellations that bordered Andromeda constellation originally took the chance to occupy the star door, but upon seeing the terrifying wolf tide, all the constellations retracted all their forces in fear and completely retreated. Crane shuddered. Adrian's emotions were complicated. It was not because of the difficulty of the challenge, but because he was still a captive. Crane saw Xiao Juzi's mouth flattened, tears welling up in her eyes, and immediately said warmly, "Xiao Juzi is truly beautiful." Ling Su looked at Tang Tian with disdain. "Childish." Adrian was shocked for a long time. The structure in front of him was a miracle. Bears do not lay eggs. He shook his head, throwing away the doubts in his mind. Regardless of what Tang Tian was thinking, he would not give up on his own ideas. Maybe he could think of some place that could help Orion constellation. If he were to kill his way back alone, it would not help the situation at all. Here, maybe he could think of a way to affect Tang Tian and affect Ursa Major constellation. That would be of even greater help to Orion constellation. Xiao Juzi, you obviously look like an apple. Why are you called Xiao Juzi? Tang Tian had a weird look on his face. It was definitely the biggest training ground in history. Crane dared to confirm. If any of the scouts from any constellation saw such a shocking scene, they would definitely not have the courage to attack Ursa Major constellation. The majestic palaces had disappeared, and there were martial artists everywhere, continuously flattening the big and small palaces. Flattening the palaces, His Majesty requested for all the palaces to be flattened. The entire capital must be flattened, and all the citizens in the capital have moved out. It's great that Your Highness Crane is here. We do not have enough manpower. The martial artist's face was filled with joy. Adrian did not know why Tang Tian did not swallow up Draco constellation, but the scene in front of him had already caused him to be deeply shaken. Xiao Juzi received it happily. "Thank you, big brother, Your Highness Crane." Although Long Shou-jing was surprised, but he was not affected too much, he continued. "After our research, we found out the closer to Master, the denser the star power. With Master as the center, the density of the star power in a radius of 1 kilometer is the highest. Currently, it has already reached 29%. And for every 1 kilometer, the density will decrease by 1%. Currently, Ursa Major constellation's average star power density has risen to 15%. That also means with Master as the center, there is a high-density star power region of 14 kilometers. Crane's face was filled with helplessness, but he knew how to deal with Tang Tian and coughed lightly. "Where's your earth-shattering big plan?" The ordinary places of Ursa Major constellation had a density of 17%, which had already surpassed Yen Yong Lai's era, and the value was still rising. Such a scene caused Angelina's emotions to become extremely complicated. She immediately took action to select immortal female martial artists with potential and sent them to Ursa Major constellation. Every distance apart, there would be eye-catching signs reminding the martial artists of the star power density. And every rope had a number so that the martial artists could easily find them. The maximum number of martial artists that Bear Egg could hold was 520,000 people. Even with Liang Feng's saint-level temperament, he could not help but have the urge to roll his eyes. Recently he had seen so many perverse people. To him, it was a form of ridicule. Chapter 447. Sword Ray, Whirlpool Sword Spirit Tempering Technique. This Tang Tian truly does not want to live anymore. The man who spoke had thick eyebrows and a bald head. He looked simple and honest. Could it be that he knew we were going to make a move, using this method to protect themselves? Normally, Adrian would have despised these students for being too dull, but faced with such a large number of students in such a short time, he was filled with joy. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Idiot! It was publicly acknowledged as the cruelest soul-tempering technique. This was very convenient. He only needed to choose those elders with prestige. It was as if Lu Zhongguang had transformed into a werewolf, stepping on ropes and inspecting along the way, his mouth constantly roaring. Long Shou-jing was in charge of all the work in Bearhead City. Following the Fairy Commerce Union's injection of energy into the market, the new Bearhead City had already started to glow with life, and the market had become much more prosperous. A pained expression appeared on Tang Tian's face. Of course, the majority of the Ursa Major constellation martial artists were not willing to call him that, but following the countless of stupid things that Tang Tian had done, they all liked to call Tang Tian as Ursa Major Stupid Master. Out of these lupus warriors, he had no idea how many experts and saints there would be. Your Majesty's true power is full. His next cultivation would focus on his martial soul. If your Majesty wants to maintain the bear egg for a long time. Dumbass, you should feel ashamed. Even a bone was so sneaky. Calm down, calm down. Impulsiveness is the devil in the depths of his mind. A flustered and exasperated voice let loose a torrent of curses. Tang Tian's pupils, which had lost focus, instantly contracted to the size of needles. Liang Feng was suddenly filled with confidence for the future. Sword Vortex. He read through the Ursa Major Star's umbrella-esque technique at a glance, and after a while, he had some comprehension. You with the surname He, don't use words to pressure me. Who is the Bear King? To this old man, it doesn't matter. This old man doesn't have much ability, so I'm convinced by real men. The fool would have nothing to say even if King Yonglai lost to him after this round. Losing isn't a big deal. Losing to a true hero is more convincing. If he were to increase his overall strength by 2 ranks, the 3 of them fell silent. None of them knew what to say. All right, I don't really have a choice. Sleeping is better than dying, although he was a little dumb. His courage was unparalleled. I really don't know what to do. Sharing a body with this idiot is really too dangerous. No one knew who created the Whirlpool Sword Spirit Tempering technique. It had always been passed down among sword martial artists, but very few dared to try it. There were all sorts of spirit tempering methods, but the principle was the same, which was to use true power to temper the martial spirit. Liang Feng looked at Tang Tian as if he had seen a ghost. The so-called true power is the energy that we can use after we absorb and transform it. What is star power, then? It was produced by the constellation and had a unique attribute of energy. So, why was there a difference between constellation martial artists? Some people said that it was the constellation inheritance, but in fact, the source was star power. Every constellation operated in a different way, and the star power they produced were all different. How could he unleash the power of these completely different star forces that would form the unique, inherited martial techniques of each constellation? Why was it that when martial artists from other constellations learned these inherited martial techniques, their power would be greatly reduced? It was because the true power in their bodies was not compatible with their martial techniques. Some people said, I trained in the corresponding mental cultivation technique, but the star power that you absorb in your body has its own inherent nature. If you want to change it, you will need to spend more time, so the efficiency is lower. Once the spirit flame was extinguished, the damage to the martial artist was huge, and it meant that the martial artist was completely crippled. If the spirit flame was not extinguished, the injury could be recovered, but once the spirit flame was extinguished, it was impossible to recover. Everyone's expression froze. Adrian stood at the entrance, looking at the densely packed lupus martial artists on the ropes. He asked without turning his head, "What's the concentration of the star power? How do we remove it?" The bald man snorted. The entire Ursa Major constellation's star power is gathering and circulating in his body. How thick are the sword auras around him? You are a sword user? Speak. Everyone's attention was roused. They all pricked up their ears, afraid to miss out on a single word. Spirit domain had always been mysterious and unfathomable to martial artists. Gaining enlightenment on spirit domain was the symbol of being bestowed as a saint, and spirit domain was the main method of attack after the saint rank. Teacher, how long does the whirlpool sword spirit tempering technique last? Ashio could not help but ask. Liang Feng had never seen the real whirlpool sword spirit tempering technique before, but he was 100% sure that what Tang Tian was doing was the legendary whirlpool sword spirit tempering technique. There was no need to worry about them not listening to orders. The obedience of the lupus martial artists was so good that Adrian felt that it was inconceivable. Whatever you asked them to do, they would do it without hesitation and never asked why. Pai Pa's words immediately made Tang Tian sit up straight, his expression becoming solemn. Everyone's eyes turned green. The rumor was not just a rumor. Old Man Fei knew that even the previously silent Fornax constellation strategy was slowly being pushed forward. In truth, all of the martial techniques that we are using now have the ultimate goal of the spirit domain. Liang Feng's words were shocking, and his face couldn't help but flush slightly. These were all the insights he'd gained from his many years of research, and he usually kept it a secret. Now that he'd explained it to so many people, it actually made him feel like he was preaching the Tao. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. Tang Tian completely did not expect such a reaction. The process of tempering the spirit flame was extremely painful. Every time he tempered the martial spirit in the past, the pain of the blade cutting into his bones left a deep impression on Tang Tian. Adrian was very experienced. When he knew that he wanted to groom 1 million people, the first thing he did was to choose a teacher from the lupus martial artists. As expected of the whirlpool sword spirit tempering technique, everyone treasured it, or Liang Feng only felt a mouthful of blood rushing to his throat. He had spent so much effort, flipped through all the records, and prepared a killing technique, but it actually failed. 3 spirits city. But when 1 million people were like that scene, the impact it brought was incomparable. Tang Tian did not alarm too many people. He came to Sai Lei's laboratory. Sai Lei noticed Tang Tian's arrival, glanced at him, and said impatiently, "Don't come over and cause trouble. I'm busy." Tang Tian's face suddenly revealed a cold smile. The atmosphere in the base was jubilant. Tang Tian had defeated Ursa Major constellation, causing everyone's confidence to soar. In the past, although the base's treatment was good, but no one knew what would happen in the future. But with Ursa Major constellation, without question, in the upcoming chaotic world, everyone would have a place to settle down. Assassination. Pai Pa's face was filled with worry. Ashio's gaze turned towards the center, at the figure enveloped in layers of sword light. It's been so many years, but we still have to wait and see if we can endure it. Then we are real men. Fool, enjoy it well. He was an intelligent man. He was good at judging the situation and knew his own limits. Although he was a saint, but in truth, he still felt a little guilty teaching Tang Tian and the rest. To him, under normal circumstances, he might not have the qualifications to teach them. They were quiet. Other than quietly training, they rarely spoke. But every time they opened their eyes, they would reveal a hint of fanaticism, causing Ashio to feel a formless pressure. Not good. The whirlpool sword spirit tempering technique was not a secret. Many sword martial artists knew of it, but very few dared to try it. Other than courage, in history, there were many who were unable to endure the pain of the whirlpool sword spirit tempering technique and died. Tang Tian's spirit flame was like a candle. Upon being struck by the intense star power, it could be extinguished at any time. The one who is most likely to make a move on us is Cetus constellation. And between us and Cetus constellation, there is a star door. Of course, other constellations can also take advantage of it. I'm done. Then what is a martial spirit? Does everyone still remember how a martial spirit comes about. A martial spirit is produced when your true power reaches a certain level. In the beginning, the martial spirit is very faint like a mist, but as it continues to congeal, it will form into different forms. Then what exactly is a martial spirit? A martial spirit is your spirit that has been transformed by energy. If you all have mental cultivation techniques for martial spirits, you will realize the essence of these mental cultivation techniques is to use true power to temper your spirit. The more thorough the transformation, the higher the grade of the martial spirit. Furthermore, they still had an even more terrifying leader. CSI. A hissing sound that caused people's hearts to palpitate came out from Tang Tian's body. The star power whirlpool suddenly transformed into countless of minute-fragmented flows. Every flow was as sharp as a sword. Xiu's eyes widened. Such a torture to actually last for a month. Can this brat even endure it? This brat obviously did not train in sword techniques. Xiu looked at the data and said calmly, "It's already close to 40%. The increase in the past few days is very large. The whirlpool sword spirit tempering technique seems to have increased the concentration of star power. This time, I do not know how long I will have to sleep again. As expected, I did not fight with the fool for the leading position. Did I already set the tone for failure? But the whirlpool sword spirit tempering technique was different. It used sword auras to temper the martial spirit. And that was the reason why it was publicly acknowledged as the most cruel tempering technique. We are discussing our next plan." Xiu's face revealed a look of approval. These lupus martial artists were truly hardworking. Ka. The bones in Tang Tian's body seemed to be enduring the immense pressure, releasing a sound that made people's teeth ache. For example, the lady from Sagittarius constellation would definitely snort at him. The eccentric and unpredictable crazy lady would find someone to get rid of him. He was slightly worried. Liang Feng's expression froze. He stammered, "Did I tell you about the desolate bare bone? 100 billion. The bright sword aura was like a high-speed grinding wheel, frantically grinding against the spirit flame. He had prepared a few simple tests, and then split the lupus martial artists into a few types, and then formulated different training plans for them. After returning from Three Spirits City, Tang Tian did not think too much about it, and only told Liang Feng about it, and immersed himself in training as usual. Tang Tian's heavy hands slowly formed a strange sword art. Under his continuous hard work, the star power in his body gradually formed a whirlpool. As time passed, the whirlpool continued to grow stronger. The speed of its rotation increased, becoming more and more turbulent. Saying that, Liang Feng's mouth twitched. He resisted the urge to suggest His Majesty to change the name Bear Egg. His hands seemed to be extremely heavy. In just a few centimeters, his entire body was drenched in perspiration. Liang Feng was stunned. Subconsciously, he formed a seal with both hands. A yellow light aura blossomed from his body, and a human tall mountain peak appeared in front of him. So when Liang Feng saw the sword aura whirlpool revolving crazily around Tang Tian, he was dumbstruck. But this fool's luck seems to be pretty good. "Let me first talk about the latest news." Bell said, "Let me first talk about the situation in Heaven's Road, the battle between Leo constellation and the Honorable Martial Alliance. Other than Orion constellation, just 2 days ago, Cetus constellation, Aquila constellation, and Canis Minor constellation of the 10 Equatorial Palace halls announced that they had joined the Honorable Martial Alliance camp. The diplomatic methods of the Honorable Martial Alliance are outstanding, and as for Orion constellation, it has now become a gigantic meat grinder. Both sides are continuously sending in high-level martial artists, and it is said that the battle inside is extremely intense. Overall, Leo constellation is starting to be at a disadvantage. Of course, the battle has not reached its climax, and the future situation is not clear. Some people will definitely want to ask, What is the essence of spirit? Here, I am sorry to tell everyone, until now, no grandmaster has been able to answer this question. So, towards this power, the ancient sages used the word spirit to define it. The ancient sages quickly realized when the martial spirit is strong to a certain degree, it is even stronger than true power, because it can imitate all kinds of objects, and that is what we call the spirit domain. Not sleeping or resting, this kind of crazy training was something Ashio had seen before. In every academy, there would always be a few such training maniacs, and it was not surprising. Big Dipper? Tang Tian was surprised and said proudly, "It is obviously the Ursa Major Star's umbrella." Little Bones already told me. But recently, everyone was discussing about His Majesty Bear King. Liang Feng muttered to himself, even if it was against a saint, it would not be easily destroyed. Liang Feng's martial techniques were heavy on offense and light on defense, but after reaching the saint level, he still managed to come up with a few specialized defensive techniques, and this unmoving peak was one of them. Using the spirit domain to imitate the mountain peak structure, he had referenced the structure of many shield auras. Inside the small unmoving peak, there were 9 layers of defense, and this was his masterpiece. After a while, the middle-aged scholar laughed bitterly. "I hope he is smashed to pieces." Whirlpool's sword spirit tempering technique, Ursa Major Star's umbrella. When everyone had dispersed and only Tang Tian and a few others were left, Liang Feng then opened his mouth. Teaching students was definitely not an easy task. Different students had different specialties, and a good teacher would teach according to their aptitude. In the private room upstairs sat 3 ordinary dressed martial artists. The discussion downstairs could be clearly heard by the 3 of them through the roof. Liang Feng never thought that Tang Tian would be so rash. Damn it! Although the surrounding star power flow was very slow, but the quantity was too astonishing, converging in Tang Tian's body, it was extremely terrifying. Tang Tian's tyrannical body could withstand it, but it did not mean that his spirit flame could. You only need to place the desolate bare bone in the center of the bare egg. But inside the desolate bare bone, there is a high possibility that the Ursa Major constellation's secret technique, Big Dipper. No, the middle-aged scholar shook his head. It's 7 m thick from the mad sword St. Lin Chaoguang 700 years ago. For a cunning person like me, every time I am forced by this fool to be the good guy for free, this world really makes people feel helpless. Tang Tian's sudden appearance of sword techniques made him suspicious, but that was Tang Tian's secret, and he did not have the intention to probe. And Tang Tian daring to use the whirlpool sword spirit tempering technique made him deeply shocked. The bald man waved his hand. "A 60 m whirlpool sword. Everyone save it. Anyway, my spirit domain will definitely not be able to block it." Tang Tian opened his palm. But to raise the standard of the lupus martial artists by 2 levels, he had absolute confidence. He was not arrogant at all. Anyone with a bit of teaching experience would be able to do it. The lupus people were too persevering and hardworking. What he could do was to shorten the time needed. In the process of governing, Long Shou-jing brought a few gold-ranked martial artists and barged into a few dishonest families and directly brought their patriarchs back, causing the other families to keep quiet out of fear. Tang Tian then understood. Liang Feng could not believe his own eyes. His immovable peak was actually broken so easily. Tang Tian's hands trembled and slowly rose up. Ashio was enlightened. That means to say, this rise is temporary? Even Yen Yong Lai, who was famed for his bravery in the past, did not dare to use the whirlpool sword spirit tempering technique. Listen, listen, what a brave wail. All of you raise your spirits. Your Majesty Lupus King is so brave. He is so angry. What reason do you all have to be lazy? Liang Feng stared blankly at Tang Tian. who was surrounded by countless of sword auras. Every ray of sword aura was dazzling, surrounding Tang Tian's body, revolving quickly. But when Tang Tian saw Uncle Bing in the hall, he jumped in fright. "Hey, Uncle, why are you here?" But the pain this time was 100 times more intense than any other time. Adrian himself felt suffocated. It was as if he could see a wave of wolves, engulfing Heaven's Road. "Yes, so tell Zhong Guang to hurry up. If you miss this time, it will be hard to meet again." Adrian instructed. A few old fellows secretly heard that the boss had earned a huge sum of money. No one knew how much it was, but it was rumored to be at least 100 billion. Liang Feng's senses were extremely sharp. He could feel every time Tang Tian's hands rose an inch, the surrounding star power would have an obvious change. Impossible. The lady was dressed in white. Her appearance was beautiful, but her expression was cold. No matter how much we look down on him, he is still the new Bear King. If he had received the news, how could he not do anything? Furthermore, he has a martial artist like Liang Feng by his side. Ruthless enough, Bell sat down very straightforwardly. Liang Feng was giving a lecture. The seats in front of him were filled with people, with Tang Tian and the rest sitting at the front. Everyone's expressions were focused. Liang Feng was a true saint, and it was hard for them to even meet him on normal days. If not for Her Majesty wanting to listen to the lecture, if not for Her Majesty's generosity, how would they have the chance to listen to a saint's lecture? The martial artists that remained were mostly lifestyle martial artists, and on how to make use of them, the Fairy Commerce Alliance had rich experience. In the tea house, a few idlers drank tea and discussed. Just based on his courage and determination, his future was limitless. Ursa Major Constellation's future was definitely bright. Everyone became even more engrossed. They had some understanding of such things, but no one had ever been able to explain it in simple terms like Liang Feng. Feeling the killing intent behind him, Tang Tian laughed and turned, and sat down again. "Ha! Everyone speak! Everyone speak! I'll listen! I'll listen!" But in front of the sword auras, it was like paper, bare egg. Tang Tian's attention landed on the desolate bare bone in his body. The desolate bare bone seemed to have sensed danger, and with a swoosh, it flew out from Tang Tian's body and floated above Tang Tian's head. "That's right." Tang Tian nodded his head. "I have already started training." "That's right." The middle-aged scholar sitting opposite the lady spoke. "Then it can only be used by him." How many years has it been since anyone used the whirlpool sword spirit tempering technique? This person is ruthless. If we do not get rid of him this time, he will definitely become our enemy in the future. TSK, TSK. How many days has it been? An old man sipped his tea and asked without raising his head. Bear Egg's wails could be heard from far away. The matter of stupid master using the whirlpool sword spirit tempering technique had spread like wildfire in Bearhead City and became everyone's favorite topic of discussion. The wails could be heard, but Ah Xiu's face did not have a trace of ridicule, but rather admiration. At that moment, he was truly convinced to lose to such a person was not shameful at all. Bang! It was like, "Hey, can you handle it?" How do we gain enlightenment on these laws, martial techniques? That is also why I said that the martial techniques that everyone trains in have the ultimate goal of the spirit domain. The martial techniques that we train in, other than fighting, the most important thing is to help everyone gain enlightenment on the corresponding laws. The higher the grade of inheritance, the more traces of laws it will contain. Its might will naturally be stronger, and will also be more beneficial for you to gain enlightenment on the laws itself. Tang Tian seemed to have changed into a different person. It was obviously the same face, but Liang Feng felt that it was a different person. Tang Tian pursed his lips tightly. Even though he was using all the strength in his body, Tang Tian's face was not sinister at all, but instead revealed an indescribable cold indifference. Liang Feng's face changed. Not good. It's a sword aura. Everyone around nodded their heads. Yes, yes. If anything happened to Tang Tian, then Tang Tian's spirit flame was coincidentally in the center of the whirlpool. Following the increasing speed of the whirlpool became bigger and bigger. The star power around the spirit flame was being pushed outwards, as though it was in the eye of a storm. The bald man sneered. Stop dreaming. This fellow's wails are so loud that I can hear them from 20 li away. All of the lupus martial artists sat on the ropes and trained with all their might. Lu Zhongguang's roars could be heard from time to time. In that moment, Tang Tian's mind went blank. Thinking about it, it was right. As long as Uncle Bing entered the spirit region, he could easily return to Three Spirits City from anywhere. Liang Feng heard Tang Tian say that Cetus constellation might make a move, so he did not dare to be careless and simply stood guard by Tang Tian's side. At that moment, he felt something strange and suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze landing on Tang Tian's body, and his face changed. Of course, the most crucial thing was that the tight budget had suddenly loosened a lot. The violent spear maniac, the inheritance in his hands, also had a huge background, the inheritance of the Silver Frost Mount. Thinking about it made Liang Feng feel a pain in the ass. Such a top-grade inheritance. I do not even have it. Tang Tian laughed. Don't worry, recently my strength has improved a lot. Ha! Let them witness the power of this godlike young lad. Heart-wrenching wails immediately resonated throughout the entire Bear Egg. To train so crazily, even the most ordinary of talents would be able to possess extraordinary strength. And when this 1,000,000 matures, how terrifying would that be? The lady in white revealed a look of shock. 60 m thick. How can the whirlpool sword spirit tempering technique be so thick? If I remember correctly, the thickest whirlpool sword spirit that has ever appeared was only 15 m thick. Liang Feng's words flowed like a river after speaking for 2 hours. Only then did everyone disperse reluctantly. For the first time, Liang Feng's heart was filled with admiration. Previously, when he relied on Tang Tian, it was more out of consideration for the situation, but at that moment, the admiration he had for Tang Tian was the most instinctive admiration of a martial artist. Ashio was startled, but nodded his head. Teacher is right. Yes, look, if he can really endure it, then the position of Bear King, it is not impossible for him to take it. Countless sharp energy forces shot out in all directions with a loud rumble. Tang Tian was in so much pain that his face twitched. He could feel his consciousness quickly blurring. He knew he was about to fall into a deep slumber. You woke me up, and now you want me to fall into a deep slumber. Fool, you think I will let you off so easily? Belle fiercely swallowed a mouthful of water, wiped her mouth, and said, You don't have to remind them. Adrian glanced at the densely packed lupus martial artists and said, They are already giving it their all. In truth, although these lupus martial artists' talent is average, but they are hardworking, I have never seen them in so many constellations. But Liang Feng's attention was quickly attracted by Tang Tian's raised hands. The middle-aged scholar's face was filled with helplessness. The sword auras around him now are at least 60 m thick. The small mountain peak just now suddenly crumbled. In her eyes, he was just a small character. Truly a group of terrifying fellows. Tang Tian's screams resonated throughout the entire Bear Egg. For this point, we have to talk about the spirit domain. The essence of the spirit domain is the mimicry of the martial spirit. How is it possible to gain enlightenment on the spirit domain? Very simple. When you have an extremely deep understanding of a certain law and your martial spirit is strong and pure enough, you can form a spirit domain that belongs to you. Some people use the sword to enter the Tao. Some people observe the heavens to enter the Tao. Some people use chess to enter the Tao. They are all different, but there is one thing that is necessary, and that is to have a deep understanding of a certain law. Just like how there are no two identical leaves in the world, there are no identical spirit domains in the world. There are trillions of laws in the world, and the same law, different people have different understandings of it. Tang Tian's consciousness slowly recovered the unparalleled pain from the deepest part of his spirit flame to every corner of his body. Tang Tian sat in the center of the bare egg, his eyes closed, his consciousness completely immersed in the star power in his body. In his inner vision, the Ursa Major constellation's star power was clearly displayed in front of him. The surging star power converged from all directions towards Tang Tian, flushing his spirit flame. Countless dazzling light auras converged from all directions, like dazzling stars. Everyone only had a rope that was half a meter long to stand on. With such a harsh and extreme training environment, if it was any other place, the students would have long since complained. They would request for a soundproof quiet room or a private room that they could pay for, but had better conditions. But all the lupus martial artists did not complain. Every single one of them sat on the rope for an entire day. When they were hungry, they would gnaw on their rations. When they were thirsty, they would bring along a water bottle. Tens of thousands of sword lights revolved around. You don't say, although the stupid master is stupid, but his ruthlessness is still strong. The whirlpool sword spirit tempering technique. How many years has it not produced such a ruthless person? Hey, as the leader, this is too irresponsible. Bing's face was gloomy, his killing intent soaring as he squeezed out a sentence. But it is very far. Bing's next sentence destroyed Tang Tian's thoughts. He calmed himself down and continued to explain. Meetings and whatnot are the most frustrating. Tang Tian's spirit flame lit up with dazzling sparks. The sixth day. Another old man gestured. A hole suddenly appeared on Tang Tian's clothes, as though it was cut by a sharp chi. Liang Feng did not dare to imagine, and only felt his hands and feet turning cold. Both of Tang Tian's hands were finally raised to his chest. That indifferent face finally had a slight change in expression. According to what Liang Feng said in the morning, what he needed to do now was to temper his martial spirit. This was the big killing technique that Liang Feng had prepared for a long time. As a newcomer, to leave a deep impression in the boss' heart, he needed a big killing technique. Old Miao, what do you mean by that? Unless King Yonglai, you have forgotten about it so quickly? Seeing that, Tang Tian tactfully left. Liang Feng then saw an extremely strange scene. The estimated budget to attack Fornax constellation was in the hundreds of billions. Bell, Pai Pa, and Tang Chou are all here. Tang Tian then noticed and stood up to escape. You guys are having a meeting? Then I shall not disturb you guys. Adrian glanced at him, then retracted his gaze. Let's mind our own business. 40% star power concentration. This is already the standard of an ecliptic Pallas constellation. In a month's time, if we do not have any results, then it will be embarrassing. Chi. This formless pressure caused his heart to tremble uncontrollably. 3 martial artists, 2 males and 1 female, each occupied a corner. Normal. Adrian nodded his head. He was experienced and could see the crux of the matter. Previously, when the star power was gathered, it was the effect of the desolate bare bone, but the suction force was not strong. The whirlpool produced by the whirlpool sword has a more obvious effect on the star power gathering. The entire Ursa Major constellation's star power is gathering here, and the star power concentration outside will decrease by a certain degree. 1 month. Liang Feng regretted the theory that he said today. The whirlpool sword spirit tempering technique is publicly recognized as the cruelest tempering technique compared to the pain your Majesty Wolf King had to endure. The pain you guys are enduring now is just an itch. Wrong. It can't even compare to an itch. Feel ashamed. Feel ashamed. Your blood is boiling. Train. Only train, train, train with all your might, crazily train. Disregard everything to train. Only then can you be worthy of your wolf king. Liang Feng almost thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. That crazy guy. How could he have such a high-class smile on his face? That guy has always been smiling, foolishly, using true power to temper the martial spirit. The process was extremely painful, but after the true power had been refined through the meridians, it was much gentler, and the damage was much smaller. But the sword auras were extremely extreme, brimming with destructive energy. Using it to temper the martial spirit, the pain could be said to be torture. And the whirlpool sword spirit tempering law went one step further, using countless of sword auras to form a whirlpool like a grinding wheel to quickly temper the martial spirit. Such pain was something that very few people could endure. Next, let's talk about us. Ursa Major constellation situation is not good. Previously, there were many constellations that were restless against us, but with the migration of the lupus race, many powerhouses retreated. But there are still a few constellations that are more hostile towards us. The most worrisome one is Cetus constellation. With the enmity between us and the Honorable Martial Alliance, if Cetus constellation were to swallow us, the Honorable Martial Alliance would be happy to see it happen. If Cetus constellation can swallow us, then their support to Orion constellation will be greatly strengthened. And Cetus constellation itself is coveting Ursa Major constellation. The awakening of Big Dipper and the legendary ancient inheritance of Ursa Major constellation are all things that they desire to obtain. Hard to say. Adrian's gaze also landed on Tang Tian, but at the very least, it will take at least a month. The sword auras shot into the mountain peak like raindrops. Liang Feng, who had just recovered from the shock, suddenly had a change of expression. He suddenly retreated, his figure flashed, and he retreated 60 m away. The three of them became quiet again. No one knew what to say. Liang Feng spoke very seriously. To explain to Tang Tian and the rest, he had to be 120% focused. In the future, he wanted to earn a living under Tang Tian. It was such a good opportunity. If he did not grab it, he would be too stupid. Every broken flow lit up with a faint light aura, like countless of thin swords, converging into a whirlpool. When your true power continues to accumulate, the higher it goes, the harder it gets. Why? That is because there is a limit to how much star power a human body can hold. If we say, we set the maximum amount of true power a human can hold at 100, then you will realize when your true power reaches 80, it will be extremely difficult to increase it further. The ancient sages had discovered this problem a long time ago. When the true power reaches 80, to increase it further, the efficiency is extremely low, and the increase in strength is also relatively limited. At this time, the ancient sages placed their attention on the martial spirit. Sigh. Draco constellation has a star door, which leads to the spirit region. Bing raised his eyebrows. Liang Feng's face was pale white. He was experienced and knowledgeable. The strange scene in front of him made him think of an extremely extreme training method that he had seen in the ancient records. Tang Tian's spirit flame was in the midst of the surging star power, flickering in a precarious situation. After a moment, the light aura dissipated, and a pocket-sized transparent umbrella floated in Tang Tian's palm. The outline of the umbrella was not clear and was rather blurry, as though it would be blown away by the wind if it was slightly stronger. The umbrella's surface would occasionally have light spots become brighter, like the stars in the night sky. Tang Cho said solemnly, "If Cetus constellation plans to take action against us, then their actions will be very fast. Now is our weakest time. Ursa Major constellation has just changed masters, and we have not stabilized ourselves. And Master's army is far away in Draco constellation. At this time, It is the best time to take action. The new Bearhead City was flourishing day by day. Its position was only about 50 li away from Bear Egg. The majority of the people living here were the original residents of Bearhead City, and the security here was very good. Small bones.